What if the shadows whispered your name, and the silence that followed was the sound of dread? The abyss isn't just a void, it's the breeding ground for nightmares, an insatiable black hole teeming with the most feared demon kings, each one more horrifying than the last, with appetites as ravenous as a wolf pack at a vegan convention. The legends don't just tell stories, they warn. Ever heard the name Azrakul? He's not just a face in folklore, he's the architect of madness, a malevolent genius who weaves despair like a spider spins silk, meticulous, venomous, and utterly intoxicating. When he smiles, the world trembles, when he laughs, reality bends. His minions? They don't simply follow orders, they live to revel in chaos, turning the mundane into an exquisite horror show, one with front row seats and no exit. And what of Valdrax, the Wraith of Regret? Picture this, the demon so steeped in sorrow that his very presence drains joy from the air. He feeds on your darkest memories. Every time you laugh, he siphons off that joy to fill his twisted collection of despair. What happens to the laughter? It becomes his symphony of torment, a darkly comedic performance that leaves audiences gasping, caught between horror and the irresistible urge to chuckle nervously. Ever thought about what the blood-red moon signifies? For the demon kings, it's an invitation to dance, a gory ball where the guests are your nightmares and the chandeliers are made from the bones of the damned. Can't you feel it? The ominous thrumming, like a heartbeat echoing through the ages, calling you closer to the edge, where sanity teeters into oblivion. The abyss doesn't just beckon, it screams your name. Yet, amid the insanity lies something more sinister, the treachery of power. The kings don't just battle each other, they plot and scheme like boardroom executives at a hostile takeover. Alliances shatter like glass, and betrayal flows thicker than blood. Trust? In the abyss, it's a currency so worthless you'd be better off trading it for a handful of dirt. And then there's the prophecy, a tantalizing rumor that one among the living holds the key to turning the tide. Who is it? A mere mortal, clutching a rusty sword and a handful of broken dreams, or a hero forged in the fires of relentless strife? The answer lingers like smoke, just out of reach. You can almost taste the betrayal and desperation in the air, as real as the damp chill that clings to the bones of the dead. So, are you ready to face the darkness that lurks at the edges of your mind? The demon kings wait, eager to feast on your curiosity and fear. Step into the story where laughter becomes a weapon, and every heartbeat counts down the moments to chaos. The abyss calls, and it's hungry for souls, yours might just be the appetizer. A single heartbeat echoed in the ruins, a haunting reminder of life once vibrant and now strangled by suffocating darkness. The cracked stones beneath my feet seem to whisper tales of betrayal, of families torn apart, of memories buried deep within the earth, memories that would never see the light again. I could feel the chill of the wind as it wrapped around me, a ghostly embrace, pulling me into the past. Here, amidst the shadows, history throbbed like a pulse, relentless and merciless. I remember the day it happened. The day the abyss opened wide, swallowing the sun and leaving only a hollow, echoing despair in its wake. Marcus stood beside me, his shoulders hunched, eyes glazed with unshed tears, the weight of the world pressing down, bending him like a fragile reed. He was my brother, my protector, but in that moment, he looked lost, consumed by the very darkness we had been raised to fear. I could still hear the screams, the fire crackling, mingling with the unmistakable scent of despair as it curled around us, choking the air. Do you think we can still save them? His voice trembled, breaking like glass on the floor. The worry etched into his brow made my heart ache. He was always the brave one, the one who charged into the unknown while I hesitated, tethered by doubts. Yet now, as the abyss loomed, I could see the cracks in his resolve. I wanted to assure him, to wrap my arms around him and promise that everything would be all right, but the truth was a bitter taste on my tongue. I wanted to scream, to unleash the fury of our ancestors, to rage against the cosmos that had forsaken us. But then there was also Lilith, a flicker of light in this engulfing darkness. I remember her laughter, bright and innocent, a stark contrast to the turmoil around us. She danced through the chaos, a firefly in the night, oblivious to the creeping dread that twisted in the air. She had always been a dreamer, eyes sparkling with visions of a world where shadows couldn't reach, where love could heal the deepest wounds. But that day, as the ground trembled beneath our feet, I saw her dreams take flight and then shatter, like glass falling from a height. "We can't leave them," she whispered, her voice a soft plea that pierced through the growing terror. Marcus reached for her hand, his grip firm but trembling. "We can't save everyone, Lilith," he urged, the rasp of desperation threading through his words. Sometimes you have to let go." I felt the agony in his voice, the struggle between the brother I knew and the man he was becoming. In that moment, time slowed, spinning like a web around us, each heartbeat a reminder of what we stood to lose. The abyss, a chasm of darkness, yawned before us, a siren's call, promising escape but at a terrible cost. Memories flooded my mind like a rushing tide. I remembered summers spent in laughter, chasing fireflies under the vast, starry sky. I remembered the stories our mother spun, tales of heroes who faced dragons and monsters, only to find their own shadows lurking behind them. The world had always seemed so grand, so full of promise, but now it felt like a cruel joke, a theater of absurdity where the actors had lost their lines. "Do you remember the time we caught that giant fish?" I asked, desperately trying to claw back to something safe, something bright. "You thought it was a sea monster." A ghost of a smile flickered across Lilith's lips, but it faded as reality crashed back in, hard and unyielding. "And you were so convinced it was going to eat us," she replied, her tone tinged with bittersweet nostalgia. "The abyss didn't care for our memories. It hungered, a ravenous maw seeking to consume all that we held dear. As the earth quaked, I could feel its pull, the darkness curling around my heart, tempting me to surrender. Suddenly, the ground shifted violently. A deep rumble shook the air, and I stumbled, grasping at Marcus's arm. "We have to go," I shouted, panic clawing at my throat. But he stood still, frozen, eyes scanning the horizon as if he could see something I couldn't. "We can't just abandon them," he cried, his voice raw with anguish, a primal scream against the encroaching despair. "No one is abandoning anyone," Lilith shouted. Her voice cracked, fierce and fragile all at once, echoing through the darkness like a wolf's howl. "We fight! We fight for them!" In her declaration, I sensed the flickering remnants of hope, tiny embers fighting against the suffocating night. It ignited something in me. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of history pressing down on my chest. Memories of our ancestors rose like specters, urging us onward. They had faced their own abysses, their shadows, and yet here we stood, still breathing, still alive. "Together," I whispered, grasping both their hands, feeling the warmth of their flesh against my clammy skin. "We face this together." As we stood there, a trio against the night, I felt the cosmos twist around us, the stars dimming, the air thickening with anticipation. The abyss lurked, yet perhaps we could ignite a flame, a spark amidst the darkness. In that instant, I realized the abyss was not just a void, it was a crucible, a dark reflection of our fears, our regrets, and our hopes, waiting to forge us anew in its merciless embrace. We were but fragments, lost in time, yet we would fight. We would scream. And maybe, just maybe, we would not be swallowed whole. The ground shook again, and the shadows deepened, but our hearts pulsed with defiance. The abyss awaited, but so did the dawn. The battle was on the horizon, and this was just the beginning. The air crackled like dry leaves beneath a winter moon, sharp and biting, as I stood at the edge of the abyss. A scream echoed in the distance, raw and visceral, sending shivers cascading down my spine. It pierced the night, a chilling reminder that life and death teetered on the knife's edge. Somewhere, in the shadows of the crumbling citadel, kings and lords of darkness plotted their malevolence, and I, an unwilling pawn, was caught in their web. I remember the first time I laid my eyes upon him, the king of nightmares. His presence loomed like a thunderhead, dark and oppressive, as if the very universe conspired to manifest his agony. His eyes burned with an intensity that could sear flesh from bone, and when he spoke, his voice slithered through the air like a serpent, promising ruin cloaked in temptation. "You seek power," he had hissed, his breath colder than the grave. "There's a price." And there was always a price. I felt it gnawing at my insides, a hollow ache that echoed every last regret. In the darkness, I wasn't alone. Beside me stood Lirael, a former Lord of Shadows, now stripped of her power, her spirit fragmented like stained glass, glinting in the moonlight. Her once sleek silhouette was marred by the weight of betrayal, and each day she wrestled with the demons of her past, a past she could neither escape nor obliterate. I could see it in her haunted eyes, a flicker of the once proud warrior now drowning in despair. "I can feel him," she whispered, her voice trembling like the last notes of a dying hymn. "He's coming for us." I could see the tremor in her hands, the way she clenched and unclenched her fists. Her fear was palpable, a living entity that wrapped around us, squeezing tight, threatening to choke the life out of hope. Lirael moved closer, shadows writhing around her like serpents born of her regret, and I knew that her inner turmoil was a mirror reflecting my own. I had once believed I could wield the darkness, I had danced on the edge of chaos, drawn in by promises of strength and glory. But now? Now I stood on the precipice of despair, the weight of 1,000 sins pressing heavily on my chest. The king's laughter echoed again, a dreadful symphony of despair, promising dominion over all who dared defy him. "Oh, how sweet the taste of desperation," he crooned, reveling in our torment. "The lords fight, they claw at the remnants of their lost power, while the minions, carry out my will, each more twisted than the last. They are my hands, my eyes, my breath among the living. They know no fear, only obedience." I remembered the minions, the twisted shadows that skittered through the darkened streets of the city, hissing like feral cats. Each one a grotesque caricature of humanity, their faces marred by hunger, madness lurking behind every leer. They were the embodiment of despair unleashed upon a world that had long forgotten the warmth of sunlight. What are we but the echoes of their malevolence? I muttered, the truth bitter on my tongue. Lirael met my gaze, tears glistening like dew on a spider's web. "We are more than that. We can't let them win." Her resolve ignited something in me, a flicker of rebellion against the overwhelming tide of darkness. But the king's shadow loomed larger, and doubt crept in, gnawing at the edges of my conviction. Then there was Brevin, a minion once, now a twisted amalgamation of nightmares and half-remembered dreams. He haunted us, a spectre born of our fears. I still remembered the day he had chosen to plunge headfirst into the abyss, trading his humanity for eternal servitude. His laughter, empty, hollow, echoing through the forgotten alleys, was a constant reminder of what lay at the end of the path we walked. "Why fight?" he would whisper, his voice barely a breath. "Embrace it. The darkness is a cocoon, and in its embrace, you will find strength." But I could see the emptiness behind his words, the longing for a freedom that had been extinguished long ago. We were all trapped, caught in our own elaborate masquerades. The moon hung low, a harbinger of the night's climax. Shadows wove tighter around us, and I could almost taste the tension, thick and cloying. "We have to confront him," I said, the words tumbling out like a desperate prayer. "If we don't stand against him now, we'll become nothing more than echoes, lost souls wandering a desolate landscape." Lirael nodded, determination igniting her eyes. "Then we fight. We fight for the light we once knew, for the hope left buried beneath despair." There was strength in her voice, a fierce melody that wrapped around my heart. The king's laughter, taunting and cruel, rolled through the air like thunder, but we moved forward, step by trembling step. As we approached the citadel, the walls loomed more massive, cloaked in night like the grave. The air thickened, suffocating, dragging each breath into the depths of dread. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, a relentless drum, a haunting reminder of the life that surged within me, fighting against the encroaching darkness. The moment came like a thunderclap, an explosion of chaos. The king emerged, a silhouette against the backdrop of despair. His grin spread wide, impossibly wide, revealing rows of teeth that glinted like daggers. "Welcome, dear lost souls. You've come to play." His voice dripped with malevolence, and in that moment, I felt a pang of fear that cut deeper than the blade of betrayal. I glanced at Lirael, her hand clutching mine, squeezing tight. We were fragile, two flickering candles struggling against an all-consuming storm. But we were alive, haunted yet defiant, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to consume us whole. Together, I whispered, and in that fleeting moment, The echo of our hearts resonated against the walls of despair, a rallying cry against the night, a haunting melody born from the ashes of our shattered hopes. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning, a fierce confrontation with the demons we had become and the shadows that loomed large. In the heart of darkness, we would find our light, or we would drown, together. The marketplace was a cacophony of chaos, a dissonant melody woven from the cries of merchants and the laughter of children, but under the surface, a tension thrummed like a taut string ready to snap. I remember the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and the sweet, cloying perfume of ripe fruit, mingled with the bitter tang of sweat and fear that hung low like a storm cloud. A shadow flickered in the corner of my eye, a whisper of dread, sending shivers down my spine. I turned just in time to see a figure draped in darkness, their presence a void that swallowed the light. "Run!" The words burst from my lips, a primal instinct that clawed its way up my throat. But no one moved. Not yet. They were entranced by the figure, a silhouette against the afternoon sun, graceful yet haunting, like a ghost made flesh. I could feel my heart racing, a drum echoing against the walls of my chest, each beat a reminder of the danger looming just out of sight. The figure stepped closer, the crowd parting as if they sensed the malevolence emanating from them, a palpable weight of despair that made the very air feel heavy. In the heart of it all, I saw him, Thorn, my brother, standing there, rooted in place, his eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and horror. I wanted to scream, to drag him away from the edge of that abyss, but my voice caught in my throat, the words turning to ash. He was never one to run from danger, he was drawn to it like a moth to flame, a reckless hero in a world that had long forgotten the meaning of hope. And then there was Ilara, a girl caught between our fates, her heart torn in two. She had always been the light, the one who could see beauty where only darkness thrived. But even her brightness dimmed in the face of this malevolent force, her breath hitching, the color draining from her cheeks. I could feel her fear, it wrapped around us like a chain, binding us to the spot, to the fate that awaited us. "Thorn!" I yelled, desperation clawing at my voice, and for a brief moment, he turned, his gaze locking onto mine, and I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Please, come back." But it was too late. The figure lunged, a blur of shadow and fury, and the world erupted into chaos. The scream that tore from my lips was swallowed by the frenzy, a banshee wail lost in the cacophony of panic. I saw Thorn react, his instincts kicking in, but the darkness was upon him, and I felt a cold grip of dread wrap around my heart. I remember the moment time stretched, each second an eternity, as Thorn fought against the shadows. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient tales, stories of the first demon king woven in and out of the fabric of our history. The one who had once walked among mortals, seducing them with promises of power, only to twist their desires into something grotesque and horrifying. I had thought it was just a tale, a bedtime story meant to scare children into obedience. But standing there, watching my brother struggle against the weight of darkness, every fragment of that story clawed its way into my consciousness. The echoes of the past whispered warnings that chilled my blood. He who was once a man turned to malevolence, consumed by the very shadows he commanded. It felt like a punch to the gut. I couldn't let history repeat itself. Not with Thorn, not with Ilara. "Fight it!" I screamed, my voice cracking, a desperate plea rather than a command. "Fight it, Thorn!" But the shadows were relentless, tendrils of darkness coiling around him, a serpent wrapping tighter with every heartbeat. I could see the struggle in his face, his determination, his mounting fear. I thought of the stories we had shared over flickering candlelight, the laughter, the dreams of a world where shadows could be chased away by the sun. I thought of Ilara, her laughter like crystal chimes, brightening even the darkest days. Then there was a moment, a heartbeat of clarity amid the chaos. I remembered the stories Ilara told of heroes who faced evil without flinching, who held fast to their light even when surrounded by shadows. I fought against the rising tide of despair, my voice rising above the din. "Thorn, remember who you are." He hesitated, just for a moment, faltering under the weight of the abyss, and I seized my chance. I pushed through the throng, ignoring the shouts and the panicked faces. I stumbled, fell, but I clawed my way forward, fueled by the raw, visceral need to save my brother, to save us all. Then I felt her hand, Ilara, her grip a lifeline. "I won't let you go," she whispered, her voice steady even as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Together, we surged forward, a united front against the encroaching darkness. "Thorn!" We cried out in unison, our voices intertwining, a melody of desperation and hope that danced in the air like sparks from a dying fire. And as if our call had reached him, I saw the flicker of recognition in his eyes. He fought back, against the shadows, against the fears that threatened to consume him. I remember, he gasped, the shadows recoiling, and with each word, the air grew lighter. But the darkness wouldn't relent. It lashed out, a tempest of fury, and I knew then, this was only the beginning. A battle loomed on the horizon, and the spectre of the first Demon King hovered in the shadows, waiting for his moment to strike. Time stretched, reality twisted, and as the world around us began to spiral into chaos, I realized we were no longer in a marketplace. We were standing on the precipice of something vast and ungraspable, an abyss of despair and longing. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a countdown to the inevitable confrontation, my brother, my light, and our hearts entwined in a dance with darkness that had only just begun. A clock ticks, steady as a heartbeat, echoing through the darkness like a whispered secret. The town lies still, swallowed by night, but beneath the surface, something stirs. A shadow flickers past, a breath of ice slipping through the warm glow of lantern light. "I know you're out there," I whisper, my voice shaking, the air thick with fear and anticipation. It's not just the dread of the unknown, it's the haunting realization that Azazel is among us. I remember the first time I felt it, an electric pulse coursing through the night, a cold shiver that traveled from my spine to my fingertips. The town had been just a backdrop then, a sleepy place with cobbled streets and gossamer dreams. But now, fear hovers like a spectre, twisting the familiar into something grotesque. I stand in the square, the clock tower looming above me, its chime a morbid reminder of time slipping away. Evelyn stands beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the glint of the lanterns like twin stars caught in the snare of a black hole. She clutches a worn leather book, pages fluttering like caged birds, each one a fragment of history, of warnings unheeded. "We can't let him win," she breathes, but her voice quivers, betraying her strength. I see it in her, she's a warrior forged in the fires of doubt, a woman caught between the light of hope and the abyss of despair. The weight of her fears hangs heavy, and I can almost taste the desperation on her tongue. And then there's Marcus, the town's reluctant protector, a man whose heart is a battlefield of regret and duty. His brow furrows as he scans the shadows, haunted by battles he's fought and lost. "We need to confront him," he says, each word a stone dropped into the churning sea of his resolve. "If we don't, he'll consume us all." But lurking beneath his bravado is a thunderous silence, a confession that trembles at the edges of his thoughts, a question that presses against his chest: what if he's already lost? I feel the weight of their fears bearing down on me, a collective sorrow swirling in the air, thick as fog. Together, we form a fragile unity, bound by uncertainty but tempered by the kind of courage that comes not from the absence of fear, but from the acceptance of it. The moon hangs high, a gnarled witness to our plight, and shadows stretch like fingers clawing at our resolve. The night deepens, a canvas of black velvet dotted with stars that seem to mock our plight. I remember the stories told around the fire, tales of Azazel, the shapeshifter, the darkness that feasted on the dreams of the unwary. He wears many faces, each one a mask, a cruel imitation of the humanity he once knew. In the corners of my mind, I can almost see him, lurking, waiting, a predator cloaked in the very essence of our nightmares. "Stay close," I urge, my voice a tether in the growing abyss. Evelyn's hands tremble as she pulls the book tighter against her chest, her heartbeat sinking with the drumming of my own. The shadows shift, and I catch a glimpse of something fleeting, his form, a flicker of movement just beyond the reach of the lantern light. "Did you see that?" Marcus's voice is a low growl, an echo of the primal fear clawing at our throats. "He's toying with us, drawing us in." Each word slices through the tension, a reminder of the deadly game we're caught in. "Then let's play," I declare, but the bravado feels hollow, a fragile shell encasing a heart that races with dread. I remember my childhood, carefree days where shadows were mere playmates, where darkness held no terror. But that light has long since faded. Now, shadows are alive, and they whisper secrets meant to unravel the soul. Evelyn steps forward, her courage igniting a spark in the dank air. We need to confront him here, in the heart of the town. This is where he draws his power. This is where we stand our ground. Her voice, fierce and unwavering, sends tremors of hope coursing through me, but hope is a thin veil, easily pierced by the sharpness of despair. As we gather our strength, I can feel the air thickening, the temperature dropping as if the night itself is holding its breath. The lanterns flicker, shadows elongate and twist, warping the world around us. Remember, I whisper, he thrives on our fear. We can't give in. And then, time fractures. A cold wind sweeps through the square, carrying whispers of forgotten dreams and lost souls. Azazel materializes, a figure cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming like shards of broken glass. I can feel his presence wrapping around me, seeping into my mind, and with it comes a torrent of memories, my fears, my regrets, all laid bare before him. He is the shadow of my own heart, the reflection of the darkness I try to hide. Why fight? He hisses, his voice a chilling caress. Embrace the shadows. They are part of you. I feel his words slither through me, igniting a battle within, a war between light and dark, between hope and despair. Don't listen. Marcus shouts, a desperate plea that cuts through the fog. Evelyn's grip on her book tightens, her determination a flickering flame in the encroaching night. In that moment, I understand. This isn't just a fight against a monster, it's a confrontation with our own demons. As Azazel prowls closer, his form shifting like smoke, I feel the pulse of the town beneath my feet, a heartbeat echoing my own. We stand together, three flawed souls, each wrestling with our shadows. The air crackles with the tension of unresolved emotions, a storm ready to break. The clock tower tolls, each chime a countdown to the inevitable clash. I remember the stories, the warnings woven into the fabric of our lives. I remember the strength found in vulnerability, the power of unity. Together, I breathe, as we prepare to face the darkness, knowing that the line between our fears and our hopes is thinner than the skin that binds us. In the depths of the night, as shadows converge and time holds its breath, we stand, unyielding. The rise of Azazel is not just a battle against darkness, it's a fight for our souls, a dance with the shadows that threaten to consume us. And as the clock strikes midnight, everything hangs in the balance, a moment poised on the edge of eternity, waiting to unfold. The wind howled, a banshee's wail, cutting through the thick fog that clung to the ground like a funeral shroud. In the heart of the tenebrous realm, where shadows twisted and coiled, I stood, breath hitched, surrounded by an unholy silence. It felt as if time itself held its breath, waiting, watching. The air was electric, charged with the unspeakable weight of dread, an impending doom that smelled of iron and ash. I remember the faces etched in pain, eyes wide with fear, as they flickered in and out of the thin veil between worlds, specters woven from nightmares. There was Ilara, a warrior of unmatched courage, her heart a war drum, echoing with the pulse of the abyss. She clutched the hilt of her sword, knuckles white, as if gripping the last thread of hope in a fabric torn to shreds. Her breath came in ragged gasps, each one a battle against the shadows that whispered her name, taunting her with every step. Then there was Darian, a scholar lost in his own mind, forever adrift in the abyss of his thoughts. He was haunted, not by the specters of the dead, but by the relentless specter of his own failures. He sought knowledge like a moth drawn to a flame, yet here, in this forsaken place, knowledge was a cruel mistress, revealing truths wrapped in veils of cruelty. The weight of 1,000 unanswered questions hunched his shoulders, and the darkness remembered him, teasing him with the echoes of his past, every choice that led him here, to this cursed ground. The ground shifted beneath us, not with the tremors of earth but with the whispers of memories, ancient myths that clawed at our sanity. I remember the stories, the sunken cities that lay beneath the waters of despair, their spires piercing the sky like the talons of a great beast. The abyss, they called it, a chasm not of physical depth but of the human soul. I had dismissed the tales, laughed at the foolishness of fear, yet here, as the shadows danced around us, I felt that every word carried the weight of truth. Ilara's voice broke through the silence, raw and primal. "We can't stay here," she cried, the chords of her voice vibrating with the tension of a bowstring pulled taut. "We have to move, before it swallows us whole." But where could we flee when the very land itself seemed alive, a predator lurking just beneath the surface? The ground pulsed in time with our hearts, a heartbeat that was not our own, reverberating through the marrow of the earth. Darian's eyes darted, wild with fear and fascination, haunted by the shadows that clung to his thoughts. "Do you hear it?" he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "The stories, they're not just myths. They're warnings." He could feel them, the echoes of the past, the remnants of those who had dared to tread here before us, leaving their souls to rot in this roiling miasma. I saw the doubt flicker in his eyes, the weight of his intellect colliding with the harsh reality of our surroundings. The fog parted for a moment, revealing the jagged silhouette of a city, twisted and broken, rising from the abyss like a ghost of a long-dead civilization. I remember the chill that wrapped around my spine like a lover's embrace, the urge to turn back clawing at my insides. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the skeletal remains of buildings loomed like the ribs of a great beast, each one a testament to a forgotten age. Ilara stepped forward, compelled by a force greater than fear. A flicker of defiance ignited within her, a flame struggling against the suffocating darkness. "We must find answers," she declared, voice steady, but I could feel the tremor beneath her resolve. "If we don't face it, we'll become part of this place." The shadows danced in her eyes, a reflection of the abyss that threatened to consume us. But Darian hesitated, rooted in place by the weight of his knowledge. "What if the answers lie in the depths of our own despair?" he whispered, his voice almost losing itself to the winds. "What if this abyss is not just outside but within?" I remembered the tales of those who ventured too far into their own darkness, stories of madness that seeped into the cracks of their minds. Could it be that the myths, those haunting echoes, were not merely warnings but the very essence of our fears? As we pressed on, a palpable tension wrapped around us, tightening like a noose. The city seemed to breathe, drawing us in with its siren call, a promise of revelation laced with the bitterness of doom. We moved like phantoms, shadows of our former selves, each footstep a silent prayer, a plea for redemption. Through the crumbling streets, the air thickened, a miasma of despair that wrapped around us like a lover's embrace, intoxicating, suffocating. The sounds of our footsteps echoed, a haunting rhythm that resonated with the heartbeat of the abyss. I remember the way the shadows shifted, whispering secrets I dared not comprehend, drawing us deeper into their embrace. Ilara led us through the remnants of a great hall, the architecture both beautiful and grotesque, a twisted love story between light and dark. The walls, once vibrant, now crumbled like the hopes of those who had lived within. An intricate tapestry hung, its colors faded but its story still clinging to life. It spoke of battles fought and lost, of sacrifices made in the name of glory, yet beneath it all lay a deeper truth, the futility of human ambition, the inevitable return to dust. With every step, the tension grew, an electric charge in the air that made my skin prickle. The shadows whispered more vehemently now, an insatiable hunger echoing through the hall. The weight of our past choices pressed down upon us, reminding us of who we were and what we had lost. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a violent shudder that echoed through the very bones of the city. I felt it in my soul, a foreboding that knotted my insides. The shadows twisted, morphing into forms, faces, and voices that clawed at the edges of my sanity. We were not alone. The ghosts of the past rose, a legion of lost souls, their wails a chilling symphony that punctuated the air with anguish. And there we stood, heartbeats echoing in the tumult of fear and revelation, gripped by the realization that the abyss was not just a place but a mirror reflecting our own deepest fears. We were the architects of our own despair, our hearts entwined in a dance with the shadows, teetering on the edge of oblivion. In that moment, the abyss opened wide, and we were drawn closer, each step a challenge to our very existence. Would we succumb to the darkness, or would we rise from the ashes of our own fears, forged anew in the fires of the tenebrous realm? Each heartbeat synchronized with the shadows, a countdown to an inevitable reckoning, and as the echoes of our past collided with the present, the abyss beckoned us to answer its call. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver sharp enough to cut through the shroud of darkness enveloping the old castle. Thunder rumbled in the distance, the air thick with the scent of rain, but it was the tension that gripped the heart. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, watching as Alicia, the fierce, relentless warrior with eyes like storm clouds, faced off against her brother, Selim. Each stood at the precipice, a chasm of betrayal yawning between them, both poised to plunge into the abyss of blood and fury that awaited. "I can't believe you would do this, Selim," Alicia's voice, usually a weapon of wrath, trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. It echoed through the stone walls, a haunting reminder of their shared past, a brother and sister who once forged dreams together. Now they were mere shadows, grasping at the fraying ends of loyalty. After everything? Selim's gaze remained cold, a distant star burning in the dark. Fear and anger twisted in my gut like a serpent, tightening with every heartbeat. "You don't understand, Alicia. The pact of blood is our only chance." His voice was gravel, rough and unyielding, shaped by the weight of choices that bled into his soul. I could almost hear the echoes of long-forgotten laughter, the whispers of childhood promises, now shattered under the weight of ambition. "Chance," she spat, the word like venom. "You betray our family, our blood, for the likes of them." I felt the air crackle around us, electricity gathering, a storm building as shadows danced in the flickering torchlight. Dark figures surged in the depths beyond the castle walls, specters of demon kings waiting, watching, their hunger palpable. A pact steeped in darkness, forged in the anvil of desperation, threatened to consume them both. "Do you think I wanted this?" Selim's desperation cut through the night like a knife. "You think I wanted to kneel before those monsters? But they have the power to save us. To save the kingdom." Their kingdom was a tapestry of blood and earth, the soil soaked with the memories of ancestors who had bled for generations. I recalled the stories whispered around the fires, of brave kings, of battles fought in the name of honor. But honor had long since rotted away like forgotten filth, leaving only the stench of betrayal behind. "We can fight them, Selim. Together?" Alicia's plea hung heavy in the air, a last-ditch grasp at hope. But the spark of rebellion in her eyes flickered, dimmed by the haunting specter of defeat. "I won't let you throw away everything for a piece of power that was never yours to claim." The ache in my heart mirrored hers, a shared agony that surged like a tide, threatening to drown us all. I could see it happening, the rift widening, the darkness closing in. I wanted to scream, to reach out and snatch them both from the brink. But I was merely a bystander, a ghost in this unfolding nightmare. "Do you even hear yourself?" Selim's voice rose, shaking with the tremors of unshed tears. "We've lost everything. To the shadows, to the demons slinking among us. You would rather die a glorious death than live, to wield power and shape our fate." The irony slashed through my thoughts like a sharp blade. Power had always been a double-edged sword, and here they were, caught in its relentless grip. They stood on the cusp of an unfathomable choice, a descent that could either save or annihilate them. Thunder cracked overhead, and in that moment, something shifted in Alicia. Her defiance flickered like a candle in a storm. I saw a ghost of doubt cross her features. "What if this power consumes you, Selim? What if you become one of them?" The thought was a specter, a chilling whisper that echoed in the recesses of my mind. "Better to be consumed than to be a ghost," he replied, the pain in his voice a sharp blade against my own heart. "Better to wield the darkness than to be devoured by it." I felt the weight of their words, the gravity of choices unmade pressing down on my chest. Each tick of the ancient clock echoed the frantic beats of our hearts, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. Shadows gathered, coiling around their feet like serpents, whispering promises of power in exchange for sacrifice. Their eyes locked, a tempest of emotion swirling in the storm. Was it loyalty or desperation that held them together, or merely the terrifying prospect of solitude? I wanted to scream, to shake them out of this trance, to remind them of the love buried beneath the layers of betrayal, but the words caught in my throat, tangled with the despair that hung heavy in the air. Alicia's breath hitched, her resolve faltering as she took a step forward. "Then let's make our choice together." I could see the flicker of hope igniting within her, a candle defying the darkness, and it was intoxicating. But the shadows were hungry, and they would not let go easily. The world around us faded into an eerie silence, save for the pounding of our hearts, the thunderous clash of souls caught in a battle far grander than any of us could fathom. And then, a voice, a haunting, melodic whisper woven into the fabric of night. The blood must flow for the pact to be sealed. The realization crashed over me like a wave. The demon kings were not simply waiting, they were hungry for this turmoil, feeding on the very essence of our conflict. I felt the chill of their presence, an icy grip on my spine, and I could almost hear laughter, mocking, sinister, echoing through the darkened halls of my mind. Together or alone, Selim murmured, his voice trembling, we either forge our own destiny or become pawns in someone else's game. Tension curled around us, thick and suffocating, as the air crackled with unspoken promises. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the stakes rising, the clock ticking down to a moment of irrevocable choice. In that heartbeat of silence, as shadows closed in, I could see their futures unfurling, two paths, both littered with loss, both drenched in the weight of blood. And somewhere, beneath the chaos, beneath the pain, there was a flicker, a chance for redemption. But as the thunder roared above, the night held its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall, the first oath to be sworn. I was but a witness, caught in an eternal moment, as the pact of blood began to weave its tangled threads around the hearts of the damned. Time slowed, and the world fell away, leaving only the pulse of dread and the gnawing hunger for what was lost, what could be, and what might be forever out of reach. The clock struck midnight, and the air hung thick with desperation. Shadows clawed at the corners of the room, reaching for the flickering flame of the candle that danced like a heartbeat. I could feel my pulse quicken, a frantic drum echoing in the silence, as if the walls themselves had ears, listening, waiting, plotting. I froze, heart hammering against my ribcage like a desperate prisoner seeking escape, each breath a tremor of anticipation. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to carry with it the whispers of the damned. In the center of it all, Adeline stood transfixed, her raven hair cascading over shoulders that trembled with a barely contained storm. Her eyes, a tempest of fear and resolve, bore the weight of a truth too monstrous to voice. "He's coming," she breathed, the words escaping her lips as if they were the very air around us, fragile yet electric. I could see the pulse in her throat, a frantic rhythm that mirrored my own, and it was like we were caught in a web spun by some unseen force, a force that reveled in deceit. And there it was, the creeping shadow of Belial, the Prince of Lies. My mind raced, spiraling through memories like a film reel stuck on a frame, the laughter of my brother, Nathaniel, echoing in the hollow of my heart. His face, once bright with mischief, now a haunting reminder of the cost of trust. I remember the day he had betrayed me, the way his smile twisted into something unrecognizable, a mask worn to hide the truth. I had a brother, but he was lost to me now, consumed by the very darkness we stood against. "Adeline, we can't let him win," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the weight of my own cowardice pressing down like lead. "We have to fight. We have to," but the words fell flat, like stones tossed into a void. Adeline's gaze pierced through me, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of hope extinguished by the shadow of despair. "Fight? What if he's already won?" Her voice cracked, breaking like glass. "What if this is all just a game to him? A game we can never understand." Her vulnerability was a blade, cutting through the fog of my own despair. I wanted to reach out, to hold her, to tell her that we were stronger than the lies that sought to devour us. Yet, I felt like a marionette, strings tangled in a dance of uncertainty, my own fears holding me hostage. I thought of Nathaniel again, how I had trusted him with everything, how he had sold me to the darkness for a promise of power. The betrayal clung to me like a shroud, suffocating and unyielding. Outside, the wind howled louder, as if echoing Adeline's anguish, a sinister promise that something terrible was coming. I closed my eyes, the darkness behind my lid swirling with images of Belial, his laughter, a chilling melody that wormed its way into the very marrow of my bones. He thrived in chaos, reveling in the confusion of hearts turned against one another. I felt the brush of his presence, a cold finger tracing the spine of my fear, and I shuddered. "We have to confront him," I murmured, the words tasting foreign on my tongue. "We have to confront him." Adeline's laughter was hollow, a sound that echoed with the weight of despair. "You mean play into his hands?" He thrives on our doubt, our fear. It's what fuels him. Her hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the flickering candlelight. It's what took Nathaniel from us. Nathaniel. The name was a knife twisting in my gut, a reminder of a bond severed by betrayal. I remembered his laughter, vibrant and alive, a stark contrast to the shadows that now enveloped us. My heart ached with the weight of the memories, the way he had stood by me through every storm, only to turn his back when the wind shifted. I can't let him take you too, I whispered, the confession tearing itself free from my chest. Adeline stepped closer, her breath warm against my cheek. We need to draw him out, expose his lies for what they are. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what we might uncover. In her eyes, I saw the flicker of determination, but also the tremor of doubt. It mirrored my own. I remember the day he came for us, the way the air turned electric, a storm on the horizon. He whispered lies and promises, sweet as honey, cloaked in shadows. I choked on the memories, the visceral pang of loss tearing through me. But we can't be broken. Not now. A shadow flickered at the edge of the room, an ephemeral whisper that sent chills racing down my spine. You think you can stand against me? The voice slithered through the air, smooth and serpentine, curling around us like smoke. Belial stood in the doorway, eyes glinting with malice, a smile carved into his face like a grotesque mask. Your struggle is entertaining, but futile. Adeline stepped in front of me, a shield forged of defiance. We will not succumb to your lies. You may have taken Nathaniel, but you will not take us. Ah, but I already have, Belial purred, his gaze fixing on me, piercing and invasive. You carry his betrayal as a shroud. You walk in the darkness he left behind. And what is left of you? A mere echo, a shadow of what could have been. The weight of his words crushed down, and I felt the edges of my resolve fraying. But then I remembered Adeline's fierce determination, the fire that burned within her. No, I breathed, clenching my fists, finding my strength in her presence. We are not defined by the choices of others. We will rise. Belial's laughter echoed, a sound devoid of warmth, and as the shadows thickened, I felt the pull of inevitability, the crushing weight of destiny. And still, a flicker of hope ignited, daring to push against the darkness. Let the games begin, Belial sneered, and the world around us twisted, the shadows merging, the candlelight flickering like a heartbeat fading. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder that we were racing against time, against lies, against fear. And as we stood at the precipice of despair, I knew one thing, the battle had just begun. The air was thick with the smell of burnt flesh and smoke. Flames licked at the darkened sky, twisting like wretched serpents, their dance a grotesque ballet of chaos. The cries of the dying echoed, a symphony of despair, each note a dagger that pierced through the heart of the night. I stood frozen, my chest heaving, as the shadows of the city loomed like specters, casting a pall over the remnants of what once thrived. Was this freedom, the price of conquest? I remember the sound of the wall crumbling, the very earth shaking beneath the boots of the conquerors, and in that haunting moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me. Amora was there, her voice a piercing cry that cut through the horror, like a single star in a suffocating sky. No, she shouted, rushing towards the flames, her long hair streaming behind her like a banner of defiance. I could see the determination etched in her features, fierce and unyielding, but beneath that mask of bravado lay a chasm of fear. She was fighting not just the soldiers of Baal, but the ghosts of her past, echoes of a life she was desperate to reclaim. I remember how she had laughed just days before, her eyes sparkling with dreams, plans of a future that now lay in ruins. The irony twisted in my gut like a knife. Then there was Marcus, lost in the depths of his own turmoil. He stood on the fringes, a lone figure against the backdrop of destruction, his face a porcelain mask of indecision. I could see him grappling with his own demons, torn between loyalty to his family and the haunting whispers of betrayal. I did this, he muttered, clutching his sword like a lifeline. I brought them here. But he was a child still, a boy masquerading as a man, haunted by the weight of choices made in desperation. I remember the way he stared at the ground, as if the earth could swallow him whole, as if he could hide from the monsters lurking just beyond the shadows. The skies cracked, thunder rolling like the applause of a malevolent audience. I could almost taste the iron in the air, a sickly sweetness that clung to my tongue. I thought of the legends, how Baal's legacy was a tapestry woven with blood and deceit. Conquest and control, they called it. But what of the lives lost, the dreams extinguished like candles in the wind? My heart ached at the thought, a relentless thud that matched the chaos around me. I remember my father's tales, how he spoke of honor and valor, yet here we were, drowning in despair, the lines of good and evil blurred beyond recognition. Amora was already moving, her feet pounding against the cobbled stones, determination afire in her veins. "We must fight," she roared, her voice a beacon amid the gloom, a call to arms that surged through the air like wildfire. I wanted to follow her, to join the fight, but my feet felt like lead, rooted in place by the weight of my own fears. What if I failed? What if my cowardice shone brighter than my courage? My heart beat like a war drum, but in that moment, I was paralyzed. Marcus turned, his eyes meeting mine, and in that fleeting glance, I saw a flicker of understanding, a shared burden, a silent plea. "Come with me," he urged, his voice barely a whisper over the cacophony. I could see the tremor in his hands, the uncertainty that crept into each word. "We can't let them win." But what did winning even mean anymore? I remember the weight of that question pressing down on my soul, a shroud of doubt that clung to me like the smoke hanging in the air. The clash of metal rang out, sharp and jarring, a reminder that action was no longer a choice, it was a necessity. I felt the thrum of panic pulse through me, urging me to move, to act, to escape this living nightmare. I remember how time seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity. And then, with a sudden rush, I was running. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, propelling me forward as I caught up with Amora. Her spirit was infectious, a flame that ignited something in me, our primal instinct to survive, to fight. "They're coming," she shouted, glancing over her shoulder, her face a mask of fierce determination. But Marcus lagged behind, his hesitation a shadow that threatened to swallow him whole. "Marcus!" I called, my voice a lifeline thrown into the darkness. "You have to catch up." I could see the struggle etched on his face, the battle between fear and resolve. In that moment, I understood, the chains that bound him were forged from guilt and regret. "We need you." The plea hung in the air, raw and desperate, echoing off the crumbling walls around us. And then, from the depths of the fray, the figure emerged, Baal himself, a monstrous silhouette against the flames. His presence loomed large, an embodiment of every terror we ever whispered about in the dark. His eyes glinted with an unholy light, a promise of devastation that twisted my stomach into knots. I remember how his gaze swept across us, a predator sizing up its prey, and in that instant, I felt our fates intertwine, a cosmic dance of fear and defiance. The clash intensified, the air vibrating with the energy of 1,000 souls caught between life and death. Amora was relentless, her spirit a fierce wind against the tide of despair. I found my voice, my own fears melting into the heat of the moment, and together we surged forward, our hearts racing like wild stallions. But Marcus, he hesitated, caught in a tempest of his own making. "I can't," he whispered, a confession that echoed like a death knell. And just like that, the chaos swallowed him whole. Shadows crept closer, and I could feel the abyss beckoning, threatening to consume everything we held dear. Our destinies were entwined now, an unbreakable thread that pulled us deeper into the heart of darkness. I remember the weight of those moments, the crushing reality that we were fighting not just for our lives, but for the very essence of what it meant to be human amid the ruins. With every heartbeat, with every breath, we were carving our legacy into the annals of history, a tale woven with threads of defiance, heartbreak, and an unyielding quest for control in a world ruled by chaos. The night was far from over, and the screams of the fallen would echo in our souls for eternity. The air was thick, a cocktail of dread and incense, swirling like smoke around the altar where shadows danced. The flickering flames cast grotesque forms that twisted and writhed, echoes of the lost, whispers of the damned. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, a prisoner of my own disbelief. The cold stone beneath my feet felt alive, thrumming with the worship of the cult of the demon kings, their fervor palpable, almost intoxicating. Kneeling figures swayed, their voices blending into a haunting anthem that both beckoned and repulsed. I remember, oh, how could I forget, the moment I first laid eyes on Mara, her face painted with ash and tears. She was a reflection of my own turmoil, a mirror cracked by despair. "If we don't do this, they will come for us," she had whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I had seen the fear in her eyes, a fear that gnawed at the edges of sanity. We were bound together, two unwilling souls caught in a web woven by dark powers, our fate sealed by the very thing that terrified us. They worshipped the demon kings, ancient beings of chaos, and the power they wielded was real. The ground trembled as the cultists chanted, their bodies swaying in a rhythm that thrummed like a heartbeat. The King of Shadows, a creature of nightmares, loomed large in their minds, a figure both feared and revered. I could almost feel his breath, a cold wind that sent shivers racing down my spine. "We must appease him," they cried, their voices rising in a crescendo, drowning out reason, pulling me deeper into their madness. Then there was Elias, my brother, torn between loyalty and his burgeoning sense of self. He stood at the edge of the gathering, eyes alight with something fierce, a fire sparked by defiance. "We can't keep feeding them," he shouted, his voice slicing through the darkness. "They thrive on our fear. This is not the way." But the eyes turned toward him, filled with hatred that could curdle blood, and my heart sank. I could see the shadows creeping closer, hungry for dissent. They loved to silence voices like his. I remember the night they came for us. It was supposed to be a ceremony, a sacrament of sorts, but it morphed into chaos. A figure, shrouded in black, glided through the gathering, a spectre heralding doom. "One of you shall serve," it intoned, voice like gravel. The crowd trembled, a collective gasp rising like a tide. I grabbed Mara's hand, squeezing tighter than I had ever thought possible, and in that moment, we became each other's strength. Her eyes, wide and shimmering, spoke of a shared determination that ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope wrapped in fear. "Do you remember the stories?" I whispered to her, the memory of childhood tales spiraling through my mind like smoke. The heroes who defied the darkness. I saw a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. We were children again, playing in the sun, the shadows of our fears far away. "We can be that," I urged, voice shaking. But as the chant grew louder, so did the weight of despair pressing down on us, a leaden cloak that threatened to smother. Elias stepped forward, defiance etched across his face. "You don't understand. You're worshipping shadows, feeding the very thing that will consume you." The cultists turned, their faces twisted in anger, a storm brewing in their eyes. I saw the moment he realized he was the spark, the catalyst for chaos. Would he ignite that night, or snuff out like a candle in the wind? And then there was me, caught between them, a bridge over a chasm of uncertainty. My heart raced, caught between the love of my brother and the fear of losing him in this abyss. The air buzzed with tension, a static charge that made my skin crawl. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a countdown to an inevitable clash. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, crushing, suffocating. The shadows whispered secrets, promises twisted with malice. "Choose," the dark voice called out, chilling my bones. "Choose now." My breath hitched. We were mere mortals in the face of something infinite, yet I refused to surrender. Mara looked at me, and in that instant, I saw our lives flash by, laughter, love, loss. "We can break free," she breathed, a fierce determination igniting in her core. "Not just for us, but for everyone trapped in this nightmare." Her tears fell like rain, fierce and defiant against the darkness. But the crowd surged, a tide of fervor crashing against our resolve. "Embrace the power," they chanted, their eyes wild, bodies moving like a single organism driven by a singular, dark thought. The shadows twisted and spiraled, a vortex of fear and longing pulling at the edges of our souls. Elias stood resolute, knuckles white against the pull of the abyss. "Then let them come," he shouted, a warrior's cry echoing into the void. I felt a tremor in my gut, fear, yes, but also something else, an ember of rebellion. As the darkness loomed, a moment stretched like an eternity, raw and electric. I could taste the ash on my tongue, feel the pulse of impending doom. The choice hung heavy in the air, pregnant with possibility and peril. We were at the precipice, hearts pounding, waiting for the moment where everything would either break or begin anew. And just as the shadows lunged, a scream tore through the fabric of the night, a visceral sound that shattered the air. I turned, and in that split second, I knew exactly where this spiraled, into the dark embrace of the demon kings, or into the light of our defiance. In the suffocating silence that followed, I felt the world shift. Something was about to change. And we were ready. The night was thick with shadows, a curtain of darkness that whispered secrets of despair as the last embers of the bonfire hissed and spat like angry serpents. I remember the silence that followed, an unsettling stillness that wrapped around us, heavy as a shroud, pregnant with the weight of impending doom. Beneath the pale moonlight, my brother, Kalen, stood with his back to me, a profile etched against the flickering glow, his eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness, the very embodiment of our fears. "There's something out there," he murmured, the tremor in his voice betraying the bravado he wore like armor. I wanted to laugh, to tell him he was being foolish, but I felt it too. It clawed at the edges of my mind, a dark tide that pulled and prodded. I did not need to turn to see what he saw. The air crackled with a malevolence that seeped into my bones. The demon wars of the abyss were upon us again, their echoes reverberating through our bloodline like a cursed song. The scars of the past were not merely etched in battle, they were woven into the very fabric of our being. I remembered my mother, her laughter like chimes on a summer breeze, now silenced by the terror that swept through our homeland. A soft laugh that once filled our home with warmth had been replaced with the chilling cries of the dying. I clenched my fists, the dirt beneath my nails a reminder of who we had lost. I was not yet a warrior, just a boy tangled in a web of sorrow, yet I felt the weight of our ancestors pushing me forward. The stories of their bravery hung like a noose around my neck, a burden I feared I would shatter under. "Kalen," I whispered, the sound barely escaping my throat, "what if we lose this time?" Panic clawed at my insides, a feral beast desperate to escape. I was ashamed, naked in my vulnerability. My brother turned, eyes like storm clouds, swirling with uncertainty and anger. "We cannot think that way. It's what they want. Fear is their weapon." His words crashed against me, a tempest of resolve, but the quiver of his lip betrayed the truth. And then it happened, a sound, a low growl that sent shivers down my spine, crawling beneath my skin. It was a reminder that demons were not merely beasts, they were memories, regrets, the faces of those we had failed, twisting into grotesque forms as they clawed their way into our present. I could see them in my mind's eye, my mother, my father, friends from the village, all lost to the abyss, their lives extinguished. I felt a surge of rage. How dare they? How dare they return to take more from us? The night split open, a gaping maw, as crimson flames erupted from the horizon, illuminating the sky in a hellish glow. The scent of ash and burnt flesh wafted through the air, a bitter perfume that made my stomach churn. "There!" Kalen shouted, pointing toward the chaos. Shapes moved within the flames, dark figures dancing with malicious glee, beckoning us to join them in their twisted waltz. In that moment, a memory surged forth, my first glimpse of the battlefield, the cacophony of clashing steel and the earth soaked with blood. I remembered the taste of fear on my tongue, how it had tasted sweet and metallic and wrong. I had thought myself brave then, but bravery was a fickle mistress, and now it left a bitter taste in my mouth. Kalen gripped my shoulder, his fingers digging into my flesh, grounding me. "We have to go. We can't let them take us too," he said, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. My brother, the steadfast protector, was unraveling. I wanted to tell him that I felt it too, the creeping dread, the claws of despair wrapping around us like vines, squeezing the hope from our hearts. But we had no time for weakness. As the demons surged, life and time collided with brutal intensity. I could feel the pulse of the world quickening, the rhythm of hearts beating in sync with the chaos around us. "Remember," I breathed, "we fight for them. For our mother, whose laughter had become a memory. For our father, who had fallen beneath the weight of his own fears. For every soul the darkness had dragged down into the abyss, we would rise." With a roar that echoed through the night, we charged forward, hearts pounding like war drums, fear morphing into a fierce determination that set our blood ablaze. The battlefield was a tempest of shadows and screams, but within the turmoil, there was a strange clarity. Each swing of my sword felt like a prayer, a plea for redemption not just for myself but for all those we had lost, those trapped in the void. I saw Kalen fighting, his movements a primal dance, fierce and unyielding. He was my anchor, my light in the oppressive darkness, but as I fought beside him, a gnawing fear took root. What if we failed? What if we were just two more souls swallowed by the abyss? With every demon that fell, the weight of our past pressed heavier on my shoulders, a reminder of the cycle we were trapped in. The battle raged, screams mingling with the clamor of steel, and I lost myself in the chaos. I could feel the eyes of the fallen on us, watching, waiting, coiled like serpents ready to strike. Despair clawed at the edges of my resolve as I stumbled, catching a glimpse of a familiar face in the throng of darkness. A ghost, an echo. It was her, my mother, her eyes pleading, searching for me in a sea of torment. Fight! I screamed against the roar of the abyss, but the words felt hollow, a desperate plea against the weight of what was lost. As the moon hung overhead, a silent witness to our plight, I knew the real battle was not just against the demons before us, but against the ones lurking inside. Fear and loss twisted within me, a dark symphony that played on repeat, and I was terrified we would be swallowed whole. And yet, with each clash, I felt the embers of hope flickering deep within, a hope that whispered of resilience, of defiance against the shadows. But could it be enough? Would it ever be enough? I could almost hear the clock ticking, counting down to our inevitable end, but even as the darkness closed in, I felt a surge of determination flood my veins. This was not merely a battle for survival. It was a reckoning, a chance to confront the abyss within us all, to face the ghosts that haunted our nights, and as we fought, I remembered. I remembered the laughter, the warmth, the love that had once been, and in that, I found my strength. The war was far from over, and as I plunged deeper into the fray, I knew that the demons would not rest until they had taken everything from us. But we would not yield. Kalen and I would fight with every ounce of our being, not just for ourselves, but for all those who had been lost in the shadows. With every heartbeat, every swing, every shattered dream, we were weaving a new story into the tapestry of our lives, a story that would echo through the ages, a defiant shout against the silence of the abyss. A bell tolled in the distance, its echo ricocheting off the cobblestone streets, a haunting chime that felt like a countdown to something dreadful. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of burnt sugar and desperation. A shadow lurked in the alleyway, its presence suffocating, as though it were a living thing, hungry, watching. I could feel it gnawing at the edges of my mind, a reminder of the darkness that lay beneath the surface of our lives, a darkness that thrived on greed. I remember the first time I met Clara. She stood on the corner, her eyes alight with ambition, a flame so bright it felt dangerous. "You can't just dream it, you have to take it," she said, the words spilling from her lips like the smoke curling from the vendor's cart. She was fierce, a warrior in a city that feasted on the weak. I admired her then, with her golden hair dancing in the winds of change, the way she challenged the world with every breath. She was everything I was not, bold, fearless, and determined to seize her fortune, even if it meant stepping over the bodies of her dreams. And then there was Jonas, my brother, his heart a battlefield, torn between loyalty and ambition. I could see it in his hands, rough and cracked, an echo of our childhood. He was always building, always creating, but what had he created? A cage of gilded bars, a prison of his own making. "I'm doing this for us," he would say, his eyes darkening like storm clouds. "For our future." But each word dripped with the poison of his choices, choices that pulled him deeper into the abyss. I could see the shadows creeping into his soul, claws of greed digging in, dragging him down. I wanted to save him, but how do you rescue someone who refuses to see their drowning? The night grew colder as I walked beside Clara, our footsteps echoing against the silence of a world that had forgotten how to listen. "Do you feel it?" she said, her voice low, charged with electricity. "The city is ripe for the taking. We can have it all." Her eyes danced with a feverish light, and I could feel the pull of her vision, the allure of wealth and power, sparkling like jewels in the murky waters of our existence. But beneath that shimmer lay a truth so grotesque it clenched my heart, greed was an insatiable beast that demanded more, always more, and it would consume us whole. I remember the market, the cacophony of voices crying out for attention, but I was only aware of Jonas, standing there, caught in the crossfire of ambition. His hands shook as he counted the coins, each one a drop of our family's hope, a promise that felt increasingly fragile. The way he looked at Clara, with desperation mingling with admiration, it was as if he was seeing a ghost, a vision of what he could become. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, fear twisting my stomach. But how could I pull him back from the edge when I was teetering there myself? Clara laughed, a sound that was both intoxicating and chilling. "What's life without a little risk? The world owes us every penny, every moment." Her words ignited a fire within me, and I felt the pulse of ambition thrumming in my veins. I didn't want to be afraid anymore. I wanted to chase that elusive dream, to be free of the chains that bound us to this life of mediocrity. I wanted to be someone, anyone, other than myself. But greed, I learned, was a cruel mistress. It seduced and entrapped, whispering sweet promises of power while tightening its grip around our throats. I could see it in Jonas's eyes, his once bright spirit dulled, replaced by the weight of what he believed he had to achieve. "If I just get this deal," he said, desperation lacing his voice, "we can finally have everything." But what was everything worth if it meant losing yourself in the process? I watched as he slipped further into the shadows, his dreams morphing into nightmares, and I felt the fracture between us widen. I remember the night everything changed, a night thick with tension, filled with a choice that would alter our lives forever. Clara stood before us, her voice low and hypnotic, a siren calling to our basest desires. "Join me," she beckoned. "We'll be unstoppable. This city will bow before us." I could see Jonas's heart racing, a pulsating drumbeat urging him to leap into the abyss. But my own heart screamed in protest, a warning of the storm that loomed ahead. "Clara, this isn't the way," I pleaded, a desperate grasp at the threads of reason. But she was a tempest, fierce and wild, too far gone in her dreams of wealth. "You're afraid, but I see the truth. Greed is the only path to power." With those words, I felt the air crackle, the world tilting, as if reality itself was a fragile glass sphere teetering on the brink of shattering. The choice loomed, join her or stand against her. My heart raced, each beat echoing the turmoil within me, a cacophony of love and fear, desire and dread. I could see Jonas, poised on the edge, the shadows weaving around him, pulling him into the darkness. "Jonas!" I cried, but my voice felt small, drowned by the roar of ambition and the seductive whisper of greed. I reached for him, but time fractured, slipping like sand through our fingers. It was a moment suspended, thick with the weight of decisions unmade and futures lost. And then, as if the universe itself held its breath, everything exploded into chaos. The shadows became a storm, swirling around us, a tempest of greed that threatened to consume all we had, all we were, igniting the very fabric of our existence. In that instant, the world blurred, the city lights flickered, the air crackled with electric anticipation, and I felt it, the cold, sharp claws of mammon sinking deep into our souls, feeding on our hopes and our fears. Our lives spiraled into the unknown, a narrative woven from the threads of our desires, unspooling into darkness. I remember the silence that followed, thick and suffocating, as if the universe itself was mourning the choices we had made. It hung heavy in the air, a promise of what was to come, an echo of the greed that had consumed us, that threatened to swallow entire worlds. And in that silence, I could feel the heartbeat of our fate, a rhythm that pulsed with dread, anticipation, and the haunting question that would linger long after the storm: what price are we willing to pay for our dreams? A candle flickered, its flame a desperate whisper against the suffocating gloom. Shadows crept along the stone walls, weaving in and out of the dim light, like forgotten memories skirting danger. The air was thick with the musty scent of old parchment, a testament to the secrets penned within these ancient walls. To think, here, in this forsaken chamber, the abyssal scribes wrote their confessions, each letter a drop of blood spilled on the page, each word a prayer to powers long since buried under the weight of the earth. I stood there, trembling, heart pounding like a tribal drum, the echoes of my own fears mingling with the whispers of the dead. I clutched a quill, my fingers trembling as if the very ink I held was alive, writhing to escape my grasp. Across the table, Arlen, my mentor, scribbled feverishly, his brow furrowed like the edges of an ancient map, each line tracing a path toward darkness. "Tonight," he murmured, voice hoarse, "we write a truth that will shatter our souls." As the words spilled from his pen, I felt the warmth of blood pulse through my veins, and I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the first time I'd seen him conjure dread from ink. He was a master, a sorcerer of sorts, calling forth forgotten tales that hung heavy in the air, tales of betrayals that made men weep and horrors that made the very light shudder. He wore his scars like trophies of war, each one a reminder of battles fought against the madness that lurked in the shadows of our own minds. And then there was Elara, crouched in the corner, her silhouette flickering like the candlelight threatening to extinguish itself. She had once been a beacon of laughter, bright-eyed and mischievous, her joy like an ember set against the cold. But now, her spirit was a tethered ghost, haunted by the tomes she'd read and the knowledge they bestowed. There was a darkness in her that seeped through her skin, an echo of the horrors she had witnessed, the depths she had explored. "What if," she whispered, her voice trembling like the candle, "we uncover something that cannot be put back? What if we awaken what lies beneath?" I thought of her laughter, how it had once filled this crypt with light, and now it felt like a distant memory, a faded photograph in a weathered frame. I could see the way her fingers danced across the pages, tracing the lines as if they were veins, looking for the pulse of something alive. Sometimes, she'd said, the past is better left buried. Yet the thrill of the abyss called to her, and I understood that siren song, the morbid curiosity that gnawed at the edges of sanity. The clock ticked, each second a pendulum swinging between dread and desire. Arlen's quill flew, weaving threads of dark lore, the ink a river of obsidian flowing into the void. "The abyss," he murmured, eyes glinting with fervor, "is not just a place, it is a state of being. It breathes, it watches, it waits." I felt a shiver claw at my spine, a reminder that the abyss was not a distant land but a mirror reflecting our own darkest selves. "Do you feel it?" Elara's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. "The way the shadows pulse, as if they're alive." She glanced at me, her eyes wide, haunted, and for a moment, I was lost in those depths, both terrified and enchanted by what lay within. I wanted to pull her back into the light, to shield her from the darkness she craved, but I could feel the pull too, a magnetic force that called to my own buried fears. I remember standing there, caught in that moment, a fragile thread stretched between us like the last breath before a plunge into icy waters. The darkness beckoned, and with it came the promise of knowledge, knowledge that could tear apart the very fabric of our reality. "What if we unleash something that cannot be caged?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The weight of the question hung heavy, a leaden shroud that threatened to suffocate us all. Arlen stopped writing, his quill poised above the page, ink trembling at the cusp of creation. "We document the darkness," he said, "so that it may never consume us. Each word is a warning, a testament to the thin veil that separates us from oblivion." But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way his hand shook ever so slightly. He was a man who had danced with nightmares and had enjoyed the waltz a bit too much. The air crackled with tension, thick as the fog that rolled through the streets of the city outside, an unseen predator lurking, waiting for the moment when ignorance would fall away, and truth would rise like a vengeful spectre. "The stories," I said, voice trembling, "what if they're not just stories? What if they're a gateway?" Elara's breath caught, and in that heartbeat, I felt the collective dread bind us. The shadows around us thickened, pressing against our skin, curling like smoke. I could see the fear mirrored in her eyes, the flicker of something wild, something that yearned to break free. "What if we become the tales we write?" she whispered, and the thought sent chills racing down my spine. The candle sputtered, and for a moment, an eerie silence enveloped us, deeper than the darkness itself. In that moment, I felt the weight of the lore we sought to document, the burden of knowledge that could unravel everything. I realized then that we were not mere scribes, we were conduits for the very darkness we feared. And then it happened, the ink flowed freely, black as despair, pooling on the page like a storm ready to unleash its fury. A thrill coursed through me, a rush of adrenaline as I wrote, each letter a heartbeat, every word a scream trapped in the void. I was lost in it, and as I looked up, I saw the flicker of something in Arlen's eyes, a madness, perhaps, a hunger that mirrored my own. "Tonight," he breathed, "we write our fates." That night, the abyssal scribes would etch their names into the annals of history, not as mere recorders of tales but as the very authors of their own descent into darkness. And as the candle flickered one last time, casting grotesque shadows on the walls, I understood that the abyss didn't just gaze back, it reached for us with cold, merciless fingers, entwining itself with our very souls. The scream pierced the air, a raw, visceral sound that echoed through the blood-soaked streets of Eldrith. I stood frozen, heart pounding, with the scent of iron heavy in my nostrils. Shadows danced under flickering torchlight, grotesque figures twisting and writhing, as if mocking the very life they drained. In that moment, I felt the suffocating weight of despair clinging to me, thick and smothering. I remember. "Why won't you listen?" Alira's voice trembled, her words slipping through gritted teeth. She stood beside me, her eyes wide, the reflection of flames illuminating her tear-streaked face. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, but how could I? I didn't even know if I believed it myself. The Demon King Zagan had woven illusions so intricate they felt like reality, and each day, every hour, every heartbeat was another layer of deceit. It was as if nightmares had spilled into our waking lives, cascading through the cracks of our sanity. I remember the warmth of her hand, the hope that flickered within. Zagan, the master of illusions, was more than a name, he was a shadow that loomed over us, clutching at our throats with ghostly fingers. I had once thought of him as a distant tale, a whispered fear carried in the wind. But now, facing the blazing remains of the city we once called home, I felt his presence like a noose tightening around my neck. "Are you ready?" I whispered to Alira, but the question felt hollow. Ready for what? To face a monster born from madness? To confront the twisted mirror of our own despair? She turned to me, lips trembling, and I saw the flicker of courage beneath her fear, a candle fighting against the dark. "I have to," she replied, and the resolve in her eyes ignited something within me. I had to believe. We had to believe. We raced through the ruins, the ghostly whispers of the past clawing at our minds, each step heavy with memories. I remembered the laughter of children, the aroma of baked bread wafting through the cobblestone streets, the vibrant colors of market stalls. Now, all that remained was ash and echoes, shadows of a life stolen. The clattering of armor and the cries of the dying mingled in a dark symphony as if Zagan himself orchestrated this chaos, delighting in our suffering. A flicker caught my eye, a shadow larger than the rest, lurking amongst the debris, a silhouette wrapped in darkness, and my heart lurched. "Alira!" I shouted, but the words felt futile, swallowed by the haze of despair thickening around us. That's when I saw him. Zagan, draped in shadows, his eyes like twin black holes, pulling at my very essence. He smiled, a chilling grin that twisted his features into something grotesque. "You come to me, little moths, seeking to escape the flame," he taunted, his voice smooth as silk, yet edged with malice. My breath caught in my throat as I felt it, an illusion unfurling around us like a web, each strand a haunting whisper of my worst fears. I saw visions of loved ones, faces twisted in agony, their cries echoing in my mind. I staggered back, grasping at the remnants of my sanity. "No!" I shouted, but the illusions wrapped around me, squeezing tighter, mocking my every attempt to break free. I remembered. "Don't look. Focus on me." Alira's voice sliced through the haze. I forced myself to meet her gaze, grounding myself in her presence. Her spirit was a beacon against the consuming darkness, a reminder of everything worth fighting for. The corners of my vision flickered, the shadows wavering, and for a moment, I thought I could battle the illusions, could grasp the reality beneath the layers of lies. But Zagan was relentless. "Such bravery," the Demon King murmured, an unsettling delight coloring his words. "But bravery is merely another form of ignorance." He reached out, and suddenly, the world shifted. The ground beneath us warped, the air thickened with despair, and I felt myself drawn into a previous life, memories swept away, like leaves in a storm. I was back in my childhood home, sunlight streaming through the windows, laughter filling the air. But the laughter turned to screams, shadows creeping in, and the warmth of the light was swallowed. I gasped and clawed at the ground as if I could dig my way out of this nightmare. "Alira!" I called, but my voice was lost in a cacophony of echoes, deception swirling around me. "I'm here." Her voice, so real, steadied me, snapped me back. I clung to it like a lifeline, a tether to the present. I saw her, standing defiant against the illusions, her silhouette bathed in firelight, a warrior against the tides of despair. I remembered her smile, bright and unyielding, even in the darkest of nights. Zagan's laughter rolled over us, cruel and mocking, and I could feel the weight of his gaze, a predator savoring the agony of its prey. "How quaint," he sneered. "You think love can save you? Love is all we have left." Alira shouted, her voice breaking through the chaos. And in that moment, something deep inside me ignited. I saw it clearly, the power of our shared humanity, our bond forged in the crucible of suffering. Together, we could defy the illusions, could shine brighter than the darkness attempting to consume us. Together, I breathed, feeling the warmth of her hand reach for mine. We stood united against the looming figure of Zagan, our fears overshadowed by our defiance. With every ounce of strength we had left, we stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay beyond the veil of shadows. As the Demon King's laughter echoed through the night, we hurled ourselves into the unknown, hearts racing, souls entwined, fighting for a glimmer of hope in a world spun from nightmares. And somewhere in the darkness, I remembered, even the fiercest of illusions can't extinguish the light of those who refuse to be defeated. So we leapt into the abyss. The air crackled with tension, thick as dark syrup, as Kayla stood in the center of the ruined village, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribcage. The shadows of charred houses reached out like skeletal fingers, clawing at her consciousness. She could taste the bitterness of ash in her mouth, a taste that lingered long after the fire had been extinguished. Every breath felt like a betrayal, a reminder that life persisted in a place that had forgotten the warmth of sunlight. Around her, remnants of lives once lived lay scattered like discarded dreams, broken toys, the charred skeleton of a wooden cart, and the faded laughter of children echoing in her mind, taunting her with lost innocence. She remembered the day they had played here, a sunny afternoon painted in shades of joy. "I remember," she whispered, the words trembling on her lips like a dying ember, "I remember the laughter." But that laughter had been swallowed whole by the abyss, and now, silence reigned, the heavy, suffocating silence. Her brother, Elijah, was out there somewhere, lost in the chaos, or worse, tangled in the hands of the abyss itself. She could feel a gnawing dread gnashing at her insides, a relentless beast that feasted on her fear. If he's taken, she thought, then what's left for me? Everything was a reminder, every flicker of movement in the shadows made her pulse race. Desperation clawed at her throat, demanding a release, a scream that wouldn't come. Just then, a rustle, a whisper of fabric brushing against the ground, sent a jolt of cold terror cascading down her spine. She turned, heart racing, and found herself face to face with Marlowe, a figure clad in dark leather, his eyes reflecting the chaos around them. He was a known mercenary, a man of sin wrapped in a shroud of secrets. Yet, in this moment, he was her only hope. "Have you seen him?" she demanded, her voice urgent, cracking like the burnt wood beneath her feet. Marlowe's expression was unreadable, a mask crafted from years of surviving darkness. "Not yet," he replied, tone steady but laden with the weight of unsaid fears. "But we need to move. The abyss doesn't linger in one place for long." His words hung in the air, a grim reminder of the lurking horror. The abyss, the embodiment of all that was dark, twisted, and insatiable. It fed on despair, devoured hope, and left nothing but the hollow echoes of what once was. Kayla felt that emptiness gnawing at her insides, and she grappled with her own demons, her own doubts, each one more crippling than the last. What if he's gone, she thought, the thought trailing off into a tempest of anguish. "Stay close," Marlowe urged, breaking through her spiraling thoughts. "It's not safe." But what was safe anymore? They were already standing on the precipice of despair, teetering, breathless and desperate. As they moved through the debris, the shadows seemed to conspire, shifting and twisting, whispering secrets of a world consumed by darkness. Kayla stumbled over a broken beam, her foot catching in the remnants of someone's life. It felt like a metaphor for her own existence, caught, trapped in a reality where hope was a flickering candle in a windstorm. Suddenly, a distant scream shattered the silence. It was a sound that curdled the blood, a reminder of the horrors lurking just out of sight. Kayla's heart seized. That could be Elijah, she thought, panic rising like bile in her throat. She darted toward the sound, driven by a force more primal than thought, a sister's instinct pushing her forward. No more shadows. No more fear. Marlowe grasped her arm, his grip firm. Wait! But she shook him off, propelled by the urgency that coursed through her veins like wildfire. I can't wait. He needs me. And then, they emerged into an open square. The remnants of what once was a vibrant marketplace now lay in ruins. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, a dampness that seeped into her bones, wrapping around her like a vice. In the center of the square, the abyss loomed, a swirling mass of shadow and despair, a void that pulsed with a life of its own. Wisps of smoky tendrils reached out, grasping at the very fabric of reality, threatening to pull everything into its insatiable maw. Fear wrapped around Kayla like a shroud. This was no longer a mere battle of wills, this was an encroaching nightmare made flesh. Elijah, she cried, voice breaking, swallowed by the darkness. I'm coming. But the abyss responded with a low growl, a sound that reverberated through her bones, shaking her resolve. It was a reminder, a cruel whisper, that hope was a fragile thing, easily snuffed out. The shadows danced around her, weaving in and out of reality, twisting her memories, her dreams, into grotesque parodies of life. And there, in the heart of the chaos, she saw him, a figure ensnared within the dark tendrils, struggling, fighting against the inevitable. It was Elijah, his eyes wide with terror, his body racked with desperation. Kayla, he screamed, and the sound shattered her soul, a crystalline echo of all that she had fought to protect. Time fractured. Every second stretched into infinity as Kayla surged forward, instincts igniting a primal rage within her. She was no longer just a girl lost in shadows, she was a tempest of love, a whirlwind of fury against the encroaching darkness. But even as she reached for him, a tendril lashed out, wrapping around her wrist with an icy grip, and she was yanked back. Run! Marlowe's voice sliced through the chaos, but she had already made her choice. I will not leave him. The abyss howled, a cacophony of anguish and rage, as Kayla fought against the pull, her heart echoing against the walls of despair. Every ounce of her being screamed against the encroaching darkness, and in that moment, she knew. The abyss would take everything, but it would not take her love. It would not take her brother. The confrontation was imminent, the lines drawn in the dust of a world forgotten. Kayla and Elijah, two souls intertwined in the grip of despair, faced the abyss together, hearts beating a steady rhythm against the encroaching chaos. They held on, the grip of family stronger than the claws of darkness, and in that moment, they became a beacon, a spark amidst an unforgiving void. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, and within the chaotic symphony of shadows, their defiance rang true, a heartbeat echoing through the abyss, the promise of light in a world drowned in darkness. The battle was not over, it was only just beginning. The obsidian sky loomed heavy over the crumbling city of Vesper, a dark blanket that seemed to suck the warmth from the very air. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, the stench of burnt offerings thick in my nostrils. Shadows flickered against the cracked stone walls, whispering secrets of betrayal and dread, and every breath felt like inhaling the weight of 1,000 sins. The moon hung low, a ghostly witness to the events about to unfold. I could hear the moans of the damned echoing from the depths of the temple, a chilling symphony of anguish that gripped my soul. They begged, they wept, calling out to Astaroth, the great deceiver, their savior and tormentor. I had always thought myself above such foolishness, but desperation has a way of cracking even the strongest resolve. I remember the faces of my friends, how they were drawn to him, to the promise of power and the allure of immortality, like moths to a flame. I had laughed then, but now, my laughter felt hollow, like the empty promises whispered in the dark. The memories flooded back, vivid and unrelenting. I remember Maris, her fierce eyes alight with ambition, her laughter ringing like silver bells, intoxicating yet laced with madness. We can rise above, Jasper, she had declared, clutching my arm with a grip that was both comforting and suffocating. "With Astaroth, we'll be unstoppable." Her fervor had ignited a fire in my heart, one I had foolishly stoked, allowing myself to be swept into her madness. But now, that fire flickered dimly, threatened by the encroaching darkness. Then there was Gideon, steadfast and loyal, a friend forged in the crucible of battle. He had warned me of the dangers lurking within Astaroth's charm. "The sweetest wine often conceals the bitterest poison," he told me, his voice steady but eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. I had brushed off his concerns, blinded by ambition and the intoxicating allure of power. But as I stood there, the weight of my choices crashing down around me, I could hear his voice echoing in my mind, a ghostly reminder of the truth I had denied. The temple doors creaked open, an ominous invitation, and I felt the pull of destiny drawing me in. Shadows danced like wild phantoms, flitting about with a life of their own. Each step was heavier than the last, the ground beneath me trembling as if it resented my presence. I could hear my heart thudding, a deafening drumbeat of dread. I was not ready to face Astaroth, not ready to confront the architect of my destruction. Yet I was tethered to him, an unwilling marionette in a play of his design. Inside, the air thickened, suffocating and electric. I could see Astaroth, cloaked in ethereal darkness, a figure of contradictions, beautiful yet grotesque, powerful yet fragile. His smile was a blade, cutting through the fear and doubt swirling within me. "Welcome, dear Jasper," he purred, voice smooth and rich, like honey dripping from a dagger. "You've come to seek what you once rejected. I've missed your company." I could feel Meris and Gideon's presence beside me, though they were miles away, their spirits entwined with mine in this moment of reckoning. Astaroth's gaze flicked to Meris as if he could sense her lingering ambition, the flicker of hope that still resided in her. "Ah, she still believes, doesn't she?" His laughter echoed, a haunting sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. Suddenly, the room was filled with the voices of the damned, a cacophony of despair and longing. Each wail punctured the silence, each cry a reminder of what lay ahead. Astaroth thrived in chaos, feeding off the fear that swirled in the air like smoke. I felt my resolve waver, the suffocating grip of his power tightening around my throat, squeezing out the last remnants of defiance. "Join me," he coaxed, his eyes glinting with an insidious promise. "Together we can rewrite the stars, redefine fate itself." I wanted to believe him, I wanted to grasp that shimmering thread of possibility, but the weight of my friend's sacrifices hung heavy in the air, a poignant reminder of the cost. I remember Gideon's voice, steady and unwavering, urging me to resist. "Remember who you are, Jasper. Stand firm against the darkness." But with each passing moment, I felt myself slipping, the seductive call of Astaroth wrapping around me like chains. My heart raced, a tempest of fear and desire, and I found myself standing at the precipice of choice, teetering on the edge of oblivion. "Will you fight for your friends?" Astaroth taunted, a cruel smile curling on his lips. "Or will you succumb to your own ambitions?" In that heartbeat, every decision cascaded into one singular moment of clarity. I could either shatter under the weight of my own greed or rise, igniting a flame of rebellion against the great deceiver. And then, a flicker of resolve ignited within me, flaring brighter than the darkness surrounding. I remembered Meris's laughter, the way it had once lit up my world, and Gideon's unwavering loyalty, a beacon in the storm. I could not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. I had to stand against Astaroth, even if it meant facing the abyss. "Not today, Astaroth!" I shouted, the words tearing free from my lips, a wildfire of defiance. The room seemed to freeze, a moment suspended in time, and for a heartbeat, I felt the balance of power shift. The shadows recoiled, Astaroth's smile faltering, revealing the cracks in his facade. But I knew this was just the beginning, the first clash in a battle that was far from over. The rise of Astaroth had begun, but the fall would be a reckoning, a storm brewing on the horizon. I could feel it, the tension coiling around me, the anticipation of what was to come, and I embraced it, ready to face whatever darkness awaited. In the heart of chaos, I would find my strength. I would rise, I would fight, and the darkness would tremble. Astaroth had laid his traps, but I was no longer a pawn in his game. I was a storm, and storms do not bow to the night. The confrontation had only just begun, and the echoes of our battle would reverberate through eternity. The air crackled with tension, a taut string ready to snap. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, twisting into shapes that resembled nightmares made flesh. Suddenly, a scream shattered the darkness, echoing off the jagged stone walls like a wailing banshee. I clutched my throat, my heart hammering against my ribs, each beat a reminder of my mortality. The sound came again, a desperate plea for salvation lost in the abyss. A figure stumbled into view, gaunt and ragged, eyes wild with dread. It was Amora, her once vibrant spirit now dimmed by the way of betrayal. "They've come for me," she gasped, her breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. I could taste the salt of her tears mingling with the musty air, feel the urgency radiating from her. I wanted to reach out, to pull her close, but something darker lurked in the corner of my mind, fear, sharp and cold. What if I couldn't save her? What if we were both swallowed whole by the shadows? "Who?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely a thread. The words tangled in my throat like barbed wire, choking the hope I desperately wanted to cling to. "Who's come?" "The unholy alliance," she said, each word like a stone dropped into a bottomless well. "Demons, they're working together. They want our souls." Her voice trailed off, staring into the distance as if the very thought could manifest before our eyes. I knew too well the wretchedness that lurked in the deepest pits of despair, the way it clawed at your sanity until you were left with nothing but echoes of your former self. I turned, scanning the chamber, shadows pooling in the corners like secrets waiting to be unearthed. I was not the hero of this tale. I was a mere pawn, caught in a game so ancient, so vast, that I could hardly comprehend the rules. My own fears gnawed at me, whispering that each breath could be my last. Yet, there was a fire in my gut, an insatiable need to protect Amora, even if it meant walking into the maw of madness. "What do we do?" I asked, urgency bleeding into my voice. I could feel time slipping away, like grains of sand through my fingers. I needed answers, but all I had was confusion and dread. "They've united," she whispered, the words sticking in her throat like shards of ice. "The demons, they've set aside their differences, forming an alliance against us. They're stronger together." Her eyes burned with a defiance that I wished I could share. "If we don't act fast, we're lost." Roan, my childhood friend, emerged from the shadows, his face shadowed but resolute. He was the kind of man who could charm the sun from the sky and make the moon weep with laughter, but I saw the darkness in his eyes now. "We can't fight them alone," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor of uncertainty lurking beneath. "We need a plan." A plan? The very word sent a shiver down my spine. What could we possibly concoct against the forces of hell? I glanced at Amora, her pulse racing in the hollow of her throat. I could see the flickering candlelight reflecting off her tears, a tempest of fear and unwavering resolve. I had to believe in her strength, in our unity, but the weight of doubt pressed against my chest like a leaden cloak. As we strategized, I could feel the ground shifting beneath us, a swell of energy pulsing like a heartbeat. Without warning, the walls groaned, an ominous sound that set our hearts racing. The room trembled, dust raining down like falling stars. The shadows thickened, growing teeth and claws, eager to consume us whole. Suddenly, a figure materialized, cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming like twin abysses. "You dare to challenge us," it hissed, the voice slithering through the air, curling around my spine. "You think your little alliance matters?" I could feel Amora's fingers tighten around mine, a lifeline in the growing storm. "We are stronger together," she shouted, her voice ringing with a strength I desperately wished to emulate. "We will not bow to you." The demon laughed, a sound that sent chills racing down my arms, prickling my skin with the fear of the unknown. It was a sound that echoed in the very marrow of my bones, a promise of pain and suffering. "You are but insects in a web spun by giants. Your cries are nothing but whispers in the void. Your souls will be ours." I felt my breath quickening, the room closing in around me. Roan stepped forward, a shield against the encroaching darkness. "We won't let you take her," he growled, and the weight of his conviction wrapped around me like a warm embrace. In that moment, I understood. This was not just a battle for our lives but a fight for our very essence. The demons thrived on fear, on isolation. They sought to unravel the threads that bound us, to sow discord and despair. But if we could embrace our pain, our fears, it could become our strength. Amora! I cried, our gazes locking in a moment of shared understanding. We fight together. I could feel the power of our alliance, a fragile thread but strong enough to stand against the darkness. The demon's laughter grew louder, filling the chamber with a cacophony of dread, but it only fueled our resolve. We were not alone. We had each other, and together we could challenge the unholy alliance that threatened to consume us. As the shadows lunged forward, we would meet them head-on, hearts pounding in tandem, ready to shatter the silence of our impending doom. And as the world around us spiraled into chaos, I knew this was just the beginning. The abyss would have to wait. We had a reckoning to face, a reckoning that would echo through the ages. Chapter 17. The role of lesser demons, servants of the kings. The screams of the damned echoed off the cold stone walls, a cacophony that sent a shiver racing down my spine. I stood there, paralyzed, heart pounding like war drums in my chest, as shadows twisted and danced with a malevolence that felt tangible, like a predator stalking its prey. Beneath the flickering torchlight, the air thickened with the stench of fear and sweat, a fog that clung to my skin, suffocating in its intensity. There was no escape. There never was. I remember the moment vividly, etched into the recesses of my mind like the scars on my hands, testaments to the battles fought, both external and within. The king's court had descended into chaos, lesser demons scuttling underfoot like cockroaches fleeing the light. They were the servants, the wretched, tasked with carrying out the king's dark will. Each one wore the visage of some forgotten nightmare, half-formed limbs and hollow eyes that whispered secrets of despair. They were the unwelcome guests at a feast of suffering, and I was the unwilling witness. Doria stood beside me, her mouth a tight line, eyes blazing with a feverish intensity that spoke of her demons, both the ones she faced in the flesh and the ones that haunted her dreams. She was a warrior, but that night, she was the embodiment of anguish, her heart tethered to the past, to the child she had lost, a flicker of innocence extinguished by a world that thrived on darkness. "We have to go," she urged, the tremor in her voice betraying her resolve. But where? The walls felt like they were closing in, the shadows thickening as if the very fabric of the night conspired against us. And then there was Silas, a former scribe turned servant of the king's will, his soul wearied by the weight of words turned weapons. He had seen too much, the blood-soaked parchment that bore witness to betrayals, the cries of the innocent buried beneath the ink of history. The lines of his brow furrowed as he gripped the hilt of his dagger, knuckles white and strained. "We can't fight them," he murmured, his voice a threadbare whisper of what once was. "They're not like us. They thrive on our fear." I wanted to shake him, to make him feel the fire that surged within me. "But we have to try." My own frustration spilled over like boiling water, the heat of it threatening to scald us both. The tension crackled in the air, a silent scream waiting to erupt. My heart raced with every beat, a primal rhythm that synchronized with the chaos around us. I could taste the metallic tang of desperation on my tongue, each breath a battle against the suffocating grip of despair. It was in that moment, suspended in a web of uncertainty, that I felt the world shift, an unseen hand pulling at the edges of reality, promising both salvation and damnation. Out of the shadows, a figure emerged, a lesser demon, slick and oozing, eyes like black holes that threatened to swallow the last vestiges of light. It grinned, a grotesque parody of joy, its mouth too wide, teeth jagged and stained with the remnants of its unspeakable feasts. "You cannot escape," it hissed, voice like gravel rasping against my skin. "You belong to the king now." I felt the bile rise in my throat, the truth of its words sinking like hot lead in my belly. We were pawns in a game far older than ourselves, mere pieces on a board where the rules were ever shifting, ever cruel. I looked at Doria, who had already stepped forward, a warrior against the tide of despair, and I saw the fire in her eyes flicker and flare. "Not today," she spat, lunging, the dagger glinting in the dim light. But the demon laughed, a sound that twisted like a knife, echoing with memories of 1,000 failures, a laughter that promised no mercy. The battle erupted, chaos a living thing that clawed at me, wrapping around my heart like a vice. Doria's blade met flesh, but the demon seemed to melt and reform, a nightmare defying the laws of nature. And Silas, my dear friend, stood frozen, torn between the urge to fight and the weight of despair. "They're unkillable," he shouted, but what he really meant was that we were all unworthy, trapped in the coils of our own despair. And then it hit me, a horrifying realization that shattered my resolve. This wasn't just about the battle before us, it was the reflection of our own decay. We were lesser demons in our own right, servants to the king of our fears, shackled by pain and grief. Each of us carried scars, a litany of losses, a testament to the lives stolen in the shadows. I surged forward, a desperate cry tearing from my throat. "Doria, Silas! We fight for each other. We fight because we're still here." Maybe that was the truth we needed to cling to, the shared heartbeat in the darkness, the flicker of defiance. We were not alone in this darkened gallery of horrors, where echoes of the past lingered like ghosts, whispering our failures and heartbreaks. The demon recoiled for a heartbeat, and in that fleeting moment, I felt the universe shift, a cosmic breath that promised something greater. But as the darkness surged back, thick and suffocating, I realized that this was merely the beginning. The king's shadows loomed larger, and we were bound to the darkness, forever dancing on the edge of despair. I remember the taste of iron in the air, the sweat sliding down my back, the fear coiled tightly around my heart. And I remember the feeling of hope flickering like a candle in the storm, a promise that we would not succumb to the darkness quietly. We would rise, even if it meant embracing the very demons we sought to escape. As the chaos swirled around us, a storm of emotion and impending doom, I held on to that truth, knowing that our struggle was far from over. The night stretched infinitely before us, and the shadows whispered secrets we were too terrified to uncover. We had become the servants of the kings of our own fears, and it was a dance we could not refuse. The air was thick, almost suffocating, like a heavy, wet blanket draped over a town long forgotten. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, as shadows twisted and danced in the flickering candlelight. The clock tower chimed ominously, each toll ripping through the silence, echoing with the weight of unspoken dread. I could feel it, the palpable tension in the room, thick enough to slice with a knife. Time felt suspended, a cruel joke played by fate. The world outside seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Celia!" Ethan's voice burst through the silence, raw with panic. He was a shambles of nerves, hands trembling, eyes wide and haunted. I knew he could feel it too, the darkness creeping in, whispering promises of doom that lodged like splinters in our hearts. The prophecies of the abyss loomed over us, a shadow stretching longer with each passing moment, gnawing at the edges of our sanity, consuming hope like a ravenous beast. I remember the first time I heard the whispers, I said, barely more than a whisper myself, the memory clawing at me. It was just a flicker, a hint of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. I brushed it off like a bad dream. The very walls seemed to shudder at my words, the ancient stones absorbing the history of those who had dared to listen. "Stop! Don't say a word!" Ethan's voice cracked, desperation tightening around his throat. His eyes were pools of fear, so deep I could drown in them. "You know what they say. Speaking it aloud gives it power." But the words slipped out, unbidden, a reckless release of tension I could no longer contain. "But we're already ensnared. It's too late for us." I felt the truth settle like a weight in my gut, heavy and sickening. The prophecies were merely waiting for the right moment, the right souls to consume. And then there was Mara, standing at the window, her silhouette framed against the dying light. A ghost of a girl, trapped between worlds, and yet so achingly real. Her breath was shallow, her eyes glazed as if she were staring into the void. "We cannot fight it. We don't even know what it is," she murmured, almost to herself, her voice a soft caress of despair. "Then we run!" Ethan shouted, a flare of anger breaking through his fear. "We can't let it take us down like it did them. We can't." But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a crack in his bravado that shattered my heart. I remembered the day we scoured the town for remnants of those lost, bodies buried beneath time and dust, stories untold, lives snuffed out like candles in the dark. I remember, my voice trailed off, choked with the weight of memories that clawed at my soul. I remember the eyes of the lost staring back at me, begging for release. I remember their whispers, warning of the abyss, of the prophecies that promise no salvation, only despair. The room felt colder, the shadows inching closer, and I could almost hear the echoes of their cries entwining with our own. Mara turned to face us, her eyes like storm clouds, heavy with something unnameable, an understanding that cut deeper than any blade. What if the prophecies are not just warnings, but invitations? She asked softly, fear rippling through her voice. Ethan's laughter was bitter, tinged with hysteria. Invitations? To what? A funeral? A feast of ghosts? His sarcasm was a thin veneer over his rising panic, an armor that cracked with every word. But Mara was unfazed, her gaze unwavering, as if she held the keys to a truth too terrible to share. The abyss is not just a place, she said, stepping closer, her voice a mere breath. It's a state of being. A darkness that feeds on our fears, our regrets. The candle flames flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows that seemed to writhe against the walls, and I felt the chill of dread dance along my spine. We can't face that, I whispered, my voice trembling. We can't bear the weight of our own darkness. The thought sent a shudder through me, as vivid as the memories of those I had lost, their faces twisting in agony. Ethan's resolve seemed to crumble, slipping through his fingers like sand. But we have to try. If we don't, we'll become part of it, lost in the abyss, just like them. His eyes searched mine, pleading, a desperate plea for strength. I wanted to scream at him, to shake him and make him see the futility of it all. The prophecies were relentless, shadows that thrived in the corners of our minds. They were a tapestry woven from fear and despair, each thread a story of woe. Celia, Mara's voice broke through, soothing yet filled with an edge of urgency. What do you see? I closed my eyes, letting the visions wash over me. A dark street strewn with echoes of laughter turned to cries, memories of the lost swirling like dust in the wind. The very air crackled with unspoken truths, filled with the tremors of what was to come. I began, but the words caught in my throat, tangled in the weight of my heart. I see us, trapped in the web of our own making, ensnared by the very prophecies we fear. Ethan stepped closer, his presence a fierce warmth against the encroaching cold. Then let's break the web, Celia. Let's fight. And in that moment, the air shifted, the shadows drew back just enough for hope to seep through the cracks. But beneath that fragile flicker, the abyss waited, hungry and patient, whispering promises of doom, beckoning us closer with its siren song. Time ticked on, relentless, and as the clock struck again, I felt the weight of inevitability settle around us, a shroud that could not be cast off. The prophecies of the abyss loomed, an echo of despair that promised to consume us whole. And we stood on the precipice, hearts racing, breaths shallow, caught in that moment between light and shadow, hope and despair, ready to confront the darkness waiting to claim us. In the suffocating dark, where hope is a faint whisper lost in the stench of iron and despair, the sound of a distant scream claws at the edges of sanity. It reverberates through the cold stone corridors, a haunting symphony of anguish that pierces the silence like a dagger. I stand there, my heart pounding like a war drum, the taste of fear like metal on my tongue. In this moment, time stretches, dilating to a point where the past and future bleed into an agonizing present, and I cannot escape it. Shadows flicker against the walls, creeping specters of those who came before, caged souls twisted and broken by the weight of the abyss. I can feel their cold breath on my neck, whispers of torment echoing in my mind. The air is thick, suffocating, laced with the bitter scent of sweat and blood. I remember the stories they told, the legends of the Punisher, a name that strikes terror deeper than any blade. A figure cloaked in darkness, his presence a harbinger of suffering. I remember, and I tremble. Please, don't. A voice wrenches me from my thoughts. It's a plea, a child's voice, small, fragile, shattering against the stone walls. My eyes snap to the source, and I see a girl, no older than 10, bound to a wooden frame. Her eyes, wide and glossy, are pools of unfiltered fear. I want to scream, to rush and tear her free, but my feet are rooted in the ground, paralyzed by the weight of the abyss. I watch as shadows loom over her, laughter dripping from their lips like venom. It's the kind of laughter that chills the blood, mocking, cruel. "Do you think you can escape?" one of them taunts, the words sliding from his mouth like poison. "You're already lost." I remember when I was like her, innocent, unbroken. I was not always a witness to this horror. I was not always a prisoner of my own choices. But here I am, bound by my own fear, watching, waiting, powerless against the tide of darkness that consumes the innocent. Then there's him, Marcus. A man I once called brother. He stands in the shadows, eyes burning with a wild light, a torrent of rage and despair swirling within him like a storm. He was once full of laughter, hands reaching out to help those who fell. Now, those hands are stained with the remnants of a past he cannot escape. I remember the day he changed. "Marcus, don't!" I had shouted, but it was too late. The abyss had taken him, its claws wrapping around his heart, squeezing until there was nothing left but a hollow shell. I see the fire in his eyes now, threatening to consume him whole, as he steps forward, drawn by the girl's cries, like a moth to a flame. "Let her go," he roars, the fury in his voice a tempest that rattles the very stones. I want to pull him back, to save him from the inevitable. But he is already lost, lost to the darkness that pulls at him, beckoning him closer to the edge. "I'm sorry," I whisper, though the words feel inadequate, hollow in the face of such suffering. I watch him lose himself, a descent into madness that mirrors the girl's own plight. I see the choice reflected in his eyes, a choice that seals his fate. To save her, to embrace the abyss. The laughter grows louder, mocking, pulsating like a heartbeat in the silence. It reverberates in my chest, tightening its grip around my throat. I remember the stories of the others, the ones who dared to defy, who thought they could stand against the tide. They became shadows, echoes of their former selves, drifting lost in the abyss. And yet, I want to scream, to break the chains that bind me, chains forged by fear, guilt, and the haunting specters of my past. I remember the nights I spent dreaming of freedom, only to awaken to this nightmare. I remember the weight of regret pressing down on my shoulders like a yoke. Marcus takes a step forward, fueled by desperation, but I see the glimmer of doubt in his eyes. "No, Marcus!" I plead, the words tumbling from my lips like broken glass. "Don't let them win. Don't become one of them." But my voice is swallowed by the laughter, drowned in a sea of sorrow. The shadows close in, the darkness thickening around us. I can feel it creeping into my bones, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I want to reach out, to save him, to show him that even in the depths of despair, there is hope. But hope is a flickering flame, easily snuffed out in the abyss. "Foolish boy," the shadow taunts, stepping closer, a smile twisting across its face like a serpent. "You think you can save her? You think you can change your fate?" Marcus falters, his resolve slipping, and for a moment, I see the boy he once was, the boy before sorrow twisted him, before the abyss claimed him. It's a fleeting glimpse, a memory that rushes back and stabs at my heart. I remember our laughter echoing through the streets, our dreams woven together like a tapestry of light. And then it's gone, swallowed by the darkness. "Please," the girl whispers, her voice a fragile thread in the chaos. "Help me." In that moment, the world narrows to a point, the three of us suspended in time, caught in a web of pain and desperation. I feel the weight of their suffering, the echoes of their cries reverberating through my soul. I remember the ache of helplessness, the sting of loss. Marcus's hand trembles, hovering between salvation and oblivion. My heart races as I watch, breaths caught in my throat, as the shadows beckon him closer. With every heartbeat, the abyss inches closer, and I know that this moment, this choice, will alter everything. Will he succumb to the darkness, or will he find the strength to fight back? I remember the stories of redemption, of light piercing through the shadows, but those are tales for the brave, for those who dare to hope. In this realm of suffering, hope feels like a cruel joke. "Marcus!" I scream, the words raw and desperate, but they dissolve into the shadows. I will not abandon him. I will not let the abyss win. And as I step forward, the weight of the darkness crashes around me, an ocean of despair threatening to pull me under. But I will fight. I will claw my way back, even if it means facing the specter of the Punisher himself. In this moment, the abyss is alive with the echoes of suffering, and I know that my heart will forever bear the scars of this fight. The darkness shifts, and the shadows close in. The confrontation looms, electric in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. In the depths of this cursed abyss, nothing is ever truly lost, only transformed. The cycle of suffering continues, a loop of torment that binds us all. And as I stand on the precipice, I know that this is only the beginning. In the heart of a city veiled in shadows, the night breathed heavily, pregnant with the weight of unspoken desires. The air crackled with a tension that could shatter glass, each heartbeat a countdown to something explosive. I remember standing there, on the cusp of something sinister, my skin prickling with the electric taste of fear and longing. The moon hung low, a silver coin, casting its gaze over cobblestone streets slick with rain, where figures danced in the darkness, lost in their own spirals of lust. "Get back," screamed Ilara, her voice a wounded animal, clawing through the suffocating silence. Her emerald eyes flared with an intensity that threatened to consume her. She was a storm wrapped in a fragile shell, desperate and determined. But desperation, I knew, was a dangerous cocktail. It made her reckless. And when she turned her gaze toward me, fear mingled with something darker, an intoxicating allure that pulled at the edges of my sanity. "What do you want?" I croaked, though I already knew the answer. It lingered in the air like a ghost. The Demon King, Asmodeus, was a name whispered in hushed tones, a dark melody that wrapped around the heart like barbed wire. He didn't want something as simple as a transaction, he craved souls, our very essence, wrapped in the shimmering veil of lust and desire. And I, with my scars and secrets, teetered on the precipice of his wicked fascination. The shadows shifted, a pulse of heat flaring at my back. I turned, finding myself face to face with him. Asmodeus. His presence was overwhelming, a tangible force that twisted the very fabric of reality. Dressed in silken robes that flowed like liquid night, he radiated an allure that was both mesmerizing and horrifying. His smile was a crescent moon, beautiful yet foreboding. "Desire is a curious beast," he drawled, voice smooth as honey but edged with a razor's bite. "It binds you to me, doesn't it?" I felt it then, the chains that shackled my heart, made of longing and fear, clinking softly in the night air. Memories flooded back, each heartbeat a reminder of the times I had fallen, willingly, into the abyss of desire. The laughter of lovers, the touch of skin against skin, the way intimacy could turn the mundane into the sacred. But here, desire felt different. It was a predator lurking beneath the surface, hungry and insatiable. "Leave her alone," shouted Callum, my closest friend, stepping forward, defiance glimmering in his stormy eyes. He was a stark contrast to Ilara's fiery spirit, a candle flickering against Asmodeus's storm. Callum's heart beat with a courage that was as flawed as it was noble. He was the kind of man who would run into the mouth of danger to save those he loved, even when he was terrified. "You don't own us." Asmodeus laughed, a sound that spun the air like silk threads, wrapping around us, tightening until we could hardly breathe. "Ownership is an illusion, dear Callum. You think you wield your desires, but really, they wield you. All I do is unveil the truth you hide from yourselves." Each word was a gentle caress and a whip, a reminder of every moment of weakness, every fleeting touch that had led us to this cursed night. Ilara's breath hitched, and I could see the conflict brewing within her. She wanted to fight. She wanted to run. But most of all, she wanted to understand why her heart raced at the thought of surrendering to the very darkness we feared. "We are not your puppets," she gasped, each word laced with rebellion, yet her eyes betrayed her, filled with a twisted curiosity. "You don't know what we are capable of." "Ah, but I do," Asmodeus replied, moving with a grace that blurred the line between man and shadow. "I know your weaknesses, the ways you crave each other, how the taste of love can sometimes feel like poison. You think you are standing against me, but your desires make you vulnerable." He raised a hand, and the air shifted, shimmering with an otherworldly light that painted the darkness with haunting colors. What are you without your secrets? I could feel the truth of his words. They clawed at my insides, raw and visceral. I remembered every scandalous thought, every whispered fantasy that had been tossed aside like a discarded doll. The truth was a mirror that reflected not only our desires but also our fears. I looked at Ilara and Callum, two souls wrapped in chaos, and realized we were all staring down the barrel of our own nightmares. Asmodeus took a step closer, and the ground seemed to tremble. "Choose," he murmured, a dark invitation spilling from his lips. "Are you willing to embrace your truest selves? To unleash the desires that lurk in the deepest chasms of your hearts?" The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, as the city around us pulsed with anticipation, shadows dancing like wraiths waiting for a feast. In that moment, time felt like a fragile thread, stretched to its limit. I feared the tangling of our souls, the collision of heartbeats. The stakes were rising, a fever pitch where every choice could lead to salvation or damnation. My heart raced, synchronized with the ticking of an unseen clock, counting down to an inevitable climax. The line between love and lust, hope and despair, blurred like ink in water, spiraling and expanding, beckoning me closer. And within that chaos, the urge to surrender was intoxicating. I remembered moments of laughter echoed in cobblestone alleys, the warmth of bodies entwined beneath the stars, and yet, the shadows whispered another truth, one that chilled my bones. Desire had a cost, and we were standing on the edge of a cliff, teetering precariously over an abyss where Asmodeus reigned supreme. "Choose," Asmodeus repeated, his voice a melody drenched in honey and poison. "Embrace your desires, or allow them to consume you." In that moment, as I stood between Ilara and Callum, I felt the weight of the world pressing down, the suffocating blanket of fear, the haunting call of desire, the insatiable hunger of the Demon King. My heart thundered in my chest, a war drum heralding the chaos yet to come, the choices we still had to make, the darkness waiting patiently for a spark to ignite it. And as the shadows crept closer, I knew we were on the brink of something catastrophic, something that would change everything. The very air around us shimmered with an electric hunger, waiting for us to take that fateful step. And just like that, the world around us faded, leaving only the haunting echo of our desires, a symphony of chaos that threatened to drown us all. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled at the back of your neck and coiled around your heart, squeezing it tight. In this dimly lit chamber, shadows danced like errant spirits, flickering across the stone walls as if whispering secrets of the abyss. A sudden crash echoed, reverberating through the silence, a sound both jarring and haunting. It was a reminder of what lay beyond, of what was summoned and unleashed, and of the humanity that clung desperately to control. There she stood, Seraphine, her fingers trembling as she gripped the obsidian summoning stone, slick with sweat and desperation. Her breath came in quick, shallow gasps, each inhale saturated with the metallic scent of fear. "I remember," she murmured, as though trying to tether herself to a memory that felt like sand slipping through her fingers. She could still see the faces of those she loved, flashes of laughter, the warmth of shared meals, the safety of home, all now shadows in the dark, threatened by the chaos she had unleashed. Across the room, Caleb watched, heart pounding. He was the wall between Seraphine and oblivion, the shield she desperately needed. But even he felt the pull of the abyss, a siren's call that curled around his rationality and whispered sweet nothings of power and control. "Don't do this," he urged, though doubt gnawed at his insides. "We can find another way." But there was a storm brewing behind Seraphine's glassy eyes, a tempest of regret and longing and the insatiable hunger for something more, something beyond their mundane existence. In that moment, the world outside faded. Time stretched like taffy, each second a heartbeat, a pulse that dragged Caleb deeper into the shadows. "I remember the night our lives changed," he thought, the memory clawing at him. The flicker of candlelight, the warmth exchanged in a shared glance, they had all been there, unaware of the step that would lead them to this precipice. It was just a whisper of a thought, a flicker of ambition that spiraled out of control like a wildfire, leaving only ashes in its wake. Caleb's voice softened, thick with emotion. "You don't have to bring them back. What if we lose ourselves in the process?" His words hung heavy in the air, and for a heartbeat, hope flickered like a dying flame. but Seraphine's eyes hardened, and he saw the ghost of a smile that crumbled into despair. "They're gone," she breathed, as if the weight of grief threatened to crush her entirely. "I can't live like this. I refuse to let them fade into nothing." There was a wildness in her gaze, a determination that ignited a flicker of dread within him. A crack sounded, like thunder from a clear sky. The stone pulsed in her hand, a heartbeat of its own, and the shadows thickened, swirling around them with a life of their own. Caleb's heart raced, pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird desperate for freedom. It was not just the fear of what lay beyond, it was the fear of losing Seraphine to it, of watching her slip through his fingers and into the maw of the abyss. "I remember." Seraphine's voice cracked, the words spilling into the room like liquid sorrow. "I remember when I laughed without fear. When death was a distant thought, not an ever-present specter looming over my shoulder." The shadows recoiled, momentarily still, as if they, too, were caught in her grief. There was a power in her despair, a rawness that resonated deeply, clawing at the very fabric of existence. Then silence fell, an eerie stillness that enveloped them like a shroud, broken only by the rise and fall of their breaths. A chill swept through the room, a whisper of something ancient and unfathomable, teasing the edges of reality. They were standing on the precipice of something vast, something terrifying and enchanting all at once, and in that instant, they were not just summoners but conduits to the unknown, tethered to the forces that lay beyond the veil of life and death. Caleb felt the pull, a dark allure that beckoned him closer. He could feel it in his bones, the cosmic dance of fate weaving them into its tapestry, and he wrestled with the fear of losing himself in the chaos. "If we open this door, what comes through?" he asked, desperation lacing his words. "What if it's worse than what we've lost?" Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling within. "It can't be worse than living in this void," she countered, her voice rising, passion igniting her features. "I refuse to let them stay lost. I'll bring them back, even if it costs me everything." The intensity of her conviction was palpable, and Caleb felt something within him shatter, a fragile hope that had once tethered him to the light. Their world was unraveling, threads of fate fraying at the edges. A crackling energy filled the space, a promise of rebirth and destruction coiling around them. With each heartbeat, the abyss whispered, and Caleb knew they were standing on the brink of a decision that would change everything. Fear clawed at him, but so did the desire to protect her, to save her from herself. The shadows surged, swirling like a storm, and Caleb reached for Seraphine, his hand brushing against hers. It was a moment suspended in time, an electric connection that sent shockwaves through his being. "Please," he implored, desperation bleeding into every syllable. "Don't let them take you. Don't let the abyss become you." His voice cracked, the rawness of his emotion laid bare, and in that moment, he was not just a friend, but a guardian, an anchor in the storm. And then the air shifted, a palpable tension that hung like smoke. The summoning stone glowed ominously, a beacon drawing them closer and sealing their fates. Something was coming, something vast and unknowable, and as Seraphine's resolve hardened, a chill swept through the chamber, a prelude to the chaos that loomed ahead. Caleb's heart raced, the pounding a crescendo of fear and resolve. In this moment of reckoning, they stood not just as individuals, but as the sum of their memories, their dreams, their fears. They were conduits to the abyss, teetering on the edge of the unknown, and as the darkness pulsed around them, he could only wonder what awaited on the other side. Would it be salvation or damnation? Hope or despair? The shadows whispered, the stone pulsed, and the abyss awaited, eager to consume. And in that terrifying moment, they stood united in their fragility, their humanity, their pain, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, knowing that the true battle was not just against the darkness outside, but within themselves. The abyss had its claws in them, and as they reached for the light, they were irrevocably drawn into the depths. The air crackled with tension, thick as black smoke, swirling in the dim light of the abyssal forge. Shadows danced along the jagged edges of the cavern, merging with the ghosts of the past, living and breathing in the very stone they had once etched their names upon. I could taste the iron on my tongue, metallic and bitter, mingling with the scent of something terrible, sorrow and regret. I remember the heat in that place, a furnace of despair, where the echoes of hammer strikes became percussion to the heart's frantic rhythm. Nolan stood before the forge, a man transformed into a silhouette of desperation, his hands trembling as he gripped the hilt of the sword he had forged from darkness. His eyes, once vibrant pools of ambition, now seemed hollow, reflecting the weight of choices that crushed his spirit. I could see the glimmer of tears barely contained, mingling with ash on his cheeks. "What have I done?" he whispered, the question heavy with agony, pulling me closer to the edge of his despair. I wanted to reach out, to tell him he wasn't alone, but the truth was, I felt it too, the crushing sense of dread that had wrapped its icy fingers around my own heart. We were bound by our choices, our darkest fears manifesting in the weapons we had crafted. I remember the stories that had been told, legends of the Abyssal Forge and its cursed creations. Each blade forged here carried a piece of its maker's soul, and Nolan's was soaked in shadows. Across from him, under the flickering torchlight, stood Cassia, her determination barely masking the fear gnawing at her resolve. She was the last remnant of hope, a flicker in the oppressive dark. "Nolan, we must destroy it. You know what this weapon will become," she urged, her voice trembling yet fierce. Her words clawed at the air, desperate to sever the bonds that tied him to this moment, this darkness. "But how do you destroy what has already become a part of you?" I watched her, fierce and fragile, as she took a step closer to the forge. Her hands were raw from their own labor, calloused from the endless fight against despair. "You can't wield darkness without it consuming you." "You know this," she insisted, but her voice was a mere whisper amidst the roar of the forge, the heartbeat of a monstrous creation that would soon bear witness to their final confrontation. Nolan shook his head, anguish splintering across his features. "I didn't choose this. The Abyssal Forge chose for me." He was a puppet, strings pulled by invisible hands, dancing to the tune of an ancient malevolence. The sword glinted in the grim light, hungry and alive, as if it awaited its master's command, poised to plunge into the very soul of their world. I remember the stories of old, the blacksmiths who vanished, leaving behind only their cursed creations. Each tale a warning, each whisper a reminder of the inevitable corruption that seeped into the hearts of those who dared. The shadows encroached closer, wrapping around us like a shroud, and I felt it, the weight of their sorrow, a tangible force pressing against my chest, suffocating and relentless. "Look at it!" Cassia cried, her eyes wide with fear and determination. "It's not just a weapon, it's a reflection of you, Nolan. You can't let it define you." The fire of her conviction flared, a stark contrast to the darkness that threatened to engulf us. But even her fierce words trembled in the dark, displayed against the powerful allure of the abyss. "Every blow I strike, every piece I forge, it feeds on my regrets, my failures." He turned his gaze, finally locking eyes with Cassia. "This blade is me. I cannot destroy it without destroying myself." The realization clawed at him, raw, unyielding, as if the darkness had wrapped its fingers around his throat. And there it was, the tension, the breathless anticipation, the moment where everything hangs in the balance. Cassia was the light, and Nolan the shadow, locked in a dance of fate and despair. The forge hummed with an ancient power, a beast awakened, and I could feel the air vibrating, charged with emotion, fear, desperation, longing for redemption. I stepped closer, feeling the oppressive weight of their pain, as if the very walls of the forge closed in around us. "But you can change. You can break free." I wanted to yell, to scream, but my voice faltered in the maelstrom of their conflict. Instead, I watched them, caught in a moment that felt like eternity, the air thick with memory swirling around them, the laughter shared, the sorrow borne, the dreams once held, now shackled beneath the weight of choice. And in that moment, time seemed to unravel. The echoes of hammer strikes melded with distant memories of childhood laughter, the warmth of the sun on a long-forgotten summer's day, the fleeting happiness that slipped through fingers like grains of sand. Each heartbeat echoed with the pain of choices made and unmade, each breath filled with the ghosts of their pasts, haunting yet familiar. "Nolan," Cassie pleaded, her voice a soft caress against the raging storm. "You are more than this darkness. You are the light that refuses to be extinguished." Her eyes shimmered with the glint of unshed tears, and I could feel her heart pounding in the silence, a rhythm of hope pushing against the despair that threatened to drown them both. The Abyssal Forge roared, its flames licking higher, eager to feed on their fears, their doubts. The shadows twisted, whispering promises of power and vengeance, but I could see the flicker of resistance in Nolan's eyes. I could sense the internal battle raging within him, the flickering candle of hope battling against the suffocating blanket of darkness. As the forge roared around us, Cassia stepped closer, her voice breaking through the chaos. "You don't have to go down this path. Fight it, Nolan." The urgency in her words echoed, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. I remember the moment his grip on the sword faltered, a heartbeat of uncertainty that rippled through the shadows. The darkness recoiled, as if sensing the shift, the possibility of light. The abyssal forge itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the final act, the moment where either salvation or damnation would unfold. And in that breath, in that fleeting second of hesitation, the world spun on the edge of a blade, drawn tight with despair and flickering hope. The shadows writhed around us, a cacophony of curses and promises, the weight of past decisions heavy in the air. I felt the darkness pulse, hungry for a soul to claim, and yet, amid the impending chaos, a glimmer of courage sparked within Nolan. "Maybe," he began, voice trembling, "maybe I can choose differently." But as those words hung in the air, the forge roared once more, a beast awakened, and the world fell into silence, teetering on the brink of something unfathomable, a choice made, a sacrifice demanded, a darkness unleashed. The air was thick with dread, a palpable entity that clung to the skin and wrapped around the heart like chains forged in the darkest depths of nightmares. In the dim light of the flickering torches, shadows danced across the walls, twisting into grotesque forms, whispering secrets of the horrors that lay beyond the crumbling stones. The scent of damp earth mingled with something far more sinister, a hint of sulfur, a promise of malevolence. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, surrounded by the remnants of a once proud city, now reduced to ruins, all under the watchful gaze of the spectre known as the Demon King. 3 figures emerged from the swirling haze of fear, each carrying their own burdens. There was Elder, fierce and unyielding, yet wrapped in a cloak of loneliness that draped heavily upon her shoulders. I remember the way her eyes glimmered, a tempest of fury and sorrow, a warrior who had fought battles within and without. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, knuckles white, as if drawing strength from the cold metal. She had lost too many friends, family, her own innocence. There was no room for weakness, not when the moon hung low, and the Demon King's laughter echoed through the night like a death knell. And then there was Yarrick, the reluctant hero with a heart too big for his own good. He had a way of laughing in the face of despair, using humor as a shield, yet there was a flicker of terror behind his eyes, an understanding that the night could devour him whole. "You think they'll write songs about us?" he quipped, trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, as if jesting could shield him from the encroaching darkness. I wanted to laugh, to believe in his bravado, but the weight of the impending confrontation loomed larger, a monstrous shadow that threatened to swallow us whole. And then there was me, an observer caught in a maelstrom of their shared fate. I was drawn to their struggles, their resilience, each breath they took resonating with a palpable urgency. In that moment, I felt every heartbeat echo through my bones, each pulse a reminder that we were alive, teetering on the precipice of annihilation. The Demon King was no mere monster, he was a reflection of our own fears, a living embodiment of the darkness festering within us all. "Do you hear that?" Elder's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. The tension twisted in my gut. I strained to listen, the faint sound of something slithering through the shadows, a whisper of malice that curled around us like smoke. There was something unnerving about how the shadows pressed closer, almost sentient, as though the very darkness was conspiring against us. "I remember," Yarrick murmured, his voice thick with memory and regret. "The stories they told us as children, how he would feast on the souls of the unwary, how the flames of his wrath could reduce cities to ash. I remember believing we were invincible, that love could conquer anything." His laughter was brittle, shattering against the stone walls like glass. "But look at us now. Just 3 fools staring down the abyss." Elder's gaze hardened, resolve sharpening like the blade at her side. "It's not the stories that will define us. It's what we do here, tonight. We end this." She stepped forward, and suddenly the air crackled with a raw energy, the promise of confrontation igniting a flame in our chests, daring us to face our fears. The ground trembled beneath us, a low growl that resonated from the earth's core, making it clear the Demon King was near. The shadows thickened, swirling and writhing, and I felt an unseen presence crawling up my spine, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. I could almost hear his voice, slick and smooth, dripping with malice, whispering promises of despair that wrapped around my heart like a vice. Time seemed to warp, stretching infinitely as we stood on the brink. I thought of my own demons, the memories that haunted me, the choices that bound me. The laughter of friends long gone, the faces of loved ones lost to the cruelty of fate. Tonight, we fight not just for ourselves but for every soul he has stolen, I whispered, the words escaping my lips like a prayer. Then came the first flash of crimson light, illuminating the darkness, illuminating the truth. The Demon King materialized, a figure wreathed in shadows, eyes ablaze with unearthly fury, each movement fluid and deliberate. He was both beautiful and terrifying, a creature of nightmares clad in the remnants of human sorrow. "Ah, brave souls," he crooned, voice silky and taunting. "You come to reclaim what was never yours to begin with." I felt Elder's rage igniting beside me, a fierce beacon in the encroaching gloom. "We will take back what is ours," she shouted, voice trembling yet fierce. I admired her courage, felt the heat of her determination, and yet I knew the path ahead was treacherous, littered with ghosts of failure and loss. Yarok stepped forward, heart pounding, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. "You think you scare us? You're just a shadow, a whisper in the dark." But his bravado faltered, the glimmer of fear betraying his words. I could see it now, the truth behind the bravado, the terror beneath the laughter. The Demon King laughed, a sound like crackling fire, a promise of destruction that sent shivers down my spine. "Foolish mortals! You know nothing of the darkness that resides within you." His gaze swept over us, penetrating, as if peeling back the layers of our souls. In that moment, I realized this was not merely a confrontation. It was a reckoning, a battle against the shadows inside us that mirrored his own. The air thickened, tension curling like smoke, wrapping around us, squeezing our hearts in a vice. I remembered the stories of old, the tales of valor and sacrifice. But this was different, this was raw, unfiltered emotion, a visceral confrontation with our inner demons. I could feel it, the weight of the night pressing upon us, the fear, the hope, the desperation. There was no escape. Only the moment, the darkness, and the fight for our very souls. The ocean roared, a living thing, thrumming beneath the weight of a sky that seemed ready to burst. Lightning clawed at the horizon, illuminating the twisted shapes of the city crumbling behind me. I felt the bite of salt on my lips, tasted the fear that gripped my heart, a relentless drum, a countdown to something monstrous. "Not now," I whispered to the void where hope should have been. The air was thick with the scent of brine and despair, as if the very depths of the sea conspired against us. Myra stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the electric dance of the storm above. "It's coming for us," she breathed, voice trembling, like fragile glass about to shatter. Her fingers clenched around the hilt of a dagger, a weapon too small for the task ahead, yet in her grip, it felt like a talisman against the encroaching darkness. I saw her fear and felt a rush of my own. How could we face an archdemon born of the depths, Leviathan, a beast that stirred nightmares into waking flesh? "Remember last summer?" I said, desperate to tether us to a moment of light. "The festival? When you tried to dance with that dreadful fishmonger?" A flicker of a smile broke through her terror, a shimmer of warmth in the chill of our reality. "He smelled like a dumpster fire," she replied, a laugh strangled by the weight of impending doom. We shared that brief moment, a flicker of light in the engulfing shadow, but the skies darkened again, and I felt the pulse of fear thrumming through my veins. Then, there was Thomas. He lurked nearby, eyes darting as if the world were a trap closing in around him. He should have been my anchor, a steady hand, but he was a tempest of his own. The memories haunted him like specters. The last time he faced the Leviathan, they lost everything: friends, home, purpose. "I can't let it take anything else," he muttered, his voice a staccato rhythm of dread. He was flawed, yes, but so beautifully human in his rage. Each heartbeat echoed his resolve, each breath a desperate plea for redemption. The wind howled, a banshee's wail, swirling around us, carrying whispers of the past, echoes of laughter from a time before fear tangled our lives. "Remember the old tales?" I said, my voice barely rising above the tempest. "They said Leviathan craves fear, that it feeds on our doubts." Myra nodded, her grip tightening. "And we're serving it a feast." With each crashing wave, I felt time slip, a cruel clock unspooling memories like strings of pearls, shining and beautiful, yet each one a reminder of what we stood to lose. I remembered the way the sun would light up the harbor, how laughter would drift on the breeze, when the day seemed unbreakable. But the night was here now, and it was painted in shades of dread, each moment stretching like the shadows that clawed at our feet. "Look!" Myra shouted, pointing into the storm-tossed sea, her voice cutting through the chaos. I turned, and there it was, a monstrous silhouette, a coil of darkness rising, scales glistening like obsidian. Leviathan, master of the infinite depths, a maw of endless hunger, eyes like the void, swirling with a terrible promise. My heart pounded, each beat a drum sounding a warning. Thomas stepped forward, anger igniting in his chest, the embers of past losses fueling his fury. "I won't let you take us again," he roared, the sound raw and primal. There was something courageous in his defiance, yet also something self-destructive. But there was no turning back, I felt it in the marrow of my bones. He was my friend, my brother through this torment, a flawed man ready to face the abyss. "Together," I said, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. "Whatever happens, we face it together." The creature surged closer, its form monstrous and undeniable, shifting like shadows in the water. The air thickened with its presence, a pressure that stung against my skin. My heart raced, caught in a tumult of fear and determination. The storm above seemed to echo our plight, each crack of lightning was a heartbeat of the world reminding us that we were alive, if only for a moment longer. I choked on memories of laughter, of sun-drenched days, as the reality of our situation crashed down around us. "What if we fail?" Myra asked, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her vulnerability cut through me like a dagger. I wanted to shield her from the wound of loss, but the truth lay bare between us, failure was a specter we had to face. The Leviathan roared, a sound that reverberated through the ocean, through the very air we breathed, a reminder of our insignificance against its eternal hunger. Time stretched, an elastic band ready to snap, each second hanging like a fragile thread. I could see the abyss within its eyes, an endless void that promised to swallow us whole. And then, in that chilling moment, I remembered. I remembered the warmth of friendship, the strength that bound us, the love that flickered like a candle against the night. No matter what this darkness held, I would not let it extinguish that light. "We fight," I said, each word a lifeline, "and we'll find a way to win." As the Leviathan surged forward, a monstrous wave crashing toward us, I felt the tremors of fate shift. The storm roared with its fury, and in that moment, I knew we were at the edge of it all, fear, hope, despair, and the relentless pulse of survival. In that instant, as the darkness enveloped us, we would face our deepest fears together. And the battle for our souls began, echoing in the vast, ungraspable depths of existence, blending into the eternal dance of light and shadow. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver in the ink-black sky, bleeding light into the alleyways of Eldergrove, where shadows danced with whispers of betrayal. I stood there, heart hammering like a war drum, breath hitching in my throat. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of fear. It was supposed to be a night like any other, but that evening, the streets felt alive, as if the cobblestones themselves were holding their breaths. I remember thinking, even in that dread, how naive I was, caught in the throes of life, oblivious to the storm brewing just behind the horizon. From the depths of the darkness came the sound of steel meeting steel, a clash that resonated through my bones. I was not merely a spectator in this tale, I was woven into its fabric, a thread of horror and hope. The screams of men echoed, primal yet chilling, each cry a note in the symphony of chaos that surrounded me. I froze, caught between the urge to flee and the undeniable pull of the unfolding tragedy. I had always been a coward, hiding behind laughter and jest, but as the shadows shifted, I felt a surge of something far more potent. Was it courage? Despair? Or perhaps it was the bitter taste of betrayal, sour on my tongue. And then there was Alaric, the once great demon king, renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness, now reduced to a silhouette against the flames flickering behind him. His once lustrous armor was tarnished, a reflection of his crumbling power. He was a man trapped by his own ambition, eyes wild and desperate as he faced his brother, Lucian, the embodiment of vengeance and righteousness. They were fated to clash, two sides of the same coin, each one believing he held the truth, the right to rule this broken land. I remember the way Alaric's voice trembled, a low growl wrapped in fear. You would betray blood for a throne. Lucian's laughter sliced through the night, sharp and mocking, a sound so rich with disdain it drove daggers into my heart. Blood is no bond when ambition eats at its core. The shadows danced around them, taunting, as if the world itself reveled in their conflict. I felt the weight of their history, a tapestry woven with love and betrayal. I had seen this play before, in the quiet moments shared between brothers that now lay shattered on the blood-soaked ground. But it was not just them. I too was a player in this dark theater, caught in the web of choices and fates. I remember standing frozen, my heart a captive to a swell of emotions, anger, fear, guilt. I was entangled in their chaos, a witness to the unraveling of lives. I had followed them here, foolishly, believing in a glimmer of redemption, but now, as their swords clashed, I realized, redemption was a ghost, slipping through my fingers. The city around me was alive with dread. Windows shuttered, like eyes closing to the horrors outside, but I could not look away. I was drawn to the pulse of it all, the desperate fight for power, the destruction of kinship. Flames licked at the sky, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the raw emotions etched on their faces. Alaric's eyes were pools of regret, while Lucian's glimmered with a cold fury that threatened to consume him whole. Each clash of their blades echoed a heartbeat, a reminder that time was bleeding away. I remember thinking how strange it was, this world danced with life, yet here was death, taking center stage. I could taste the uncertainty in the air, the confusion of loyalty and betrayal swirling like a tempest. I wished for the power to intervene, to shout at them both to stop, but my voice was choked by the weight of their anger. It was a moment suspended in time, the world around me fading into nothingness, and all that remained was the fervor of their battle. With every swing, every parry, the illusion of control shattered further. I saw Alaric stumble, a miscalculated move, and in that fleeting moment, my heart stopped, the breath caught in my throat. I was there, living and dying with every heartbeat, the stakes rising like the tide, threatening to drown us all. Lucian's blade glinted, a promise of blood, and I nearly cried out, my voice lost in the cacophony of sorrow. Brother, Alaric gasped, desperation clawing at his voice, remember what we were. What we built. But it was too late for memories, the past was a distant echo, haunting but powerless against the weight of betrayal. And then, with a swift motion, the world tilted. Alaric's sword fell from his grasp, clattering against the cobblestones, a sound that rang like the tolling of a death knell. Lucian stood above him, rage woven into every fiber of his being, eyes burning with the fury of 1,000 unshed tears. The night held its breath, poised on the razor's edge of what was to come. Do it, Alaric whispered, his voice a threadbare whisper of defiance, let it end. In his eyes, I saw a flicker of nostalgia, an agonizing remembrance of brotherhood that had been stolen away by ambition and greed. I could taste the salt of my own tears, bitterness mingling with the fear that wrapped around my heart like a vice. Was this all we were? Just echoes of dreams gone awry, lost to the shadows of our choices? As Lucian's hand tightened around the hilt, time slowed. The weight of betrayal bore down on me as I saw their fates intertwine, a grotesque ballet where love met death on a blood-soaked stage. I felt the pulse of Eldergrove, the heart of a city that had birthed legends and nightmares alike. And in that moment, just as the world teetered on the brink of despair, there was a creak of betrayal, like the snapping of a thread that bound us. The night whispered promises of ruin, and with it came the realization that this dance was not merely theirs. It was ours, too, entwined in the fabric of fate, and I could no longer stand idly by, nor could I flee. With a breath that burned in my lungs, I stepped forward into the maelstrom, the weight of the future heavy on my shoulders, a silent prayer on my lips. I would not be a mere witness to this tragedy, I would become part of it. The stage was set, and as the moon bore witness to the impending doom, I felt the suffocating embrace of destiny closing in. This was the moment of reckoning, and the shadows stirred with anticipation, eager for the blood that would spill. The air was thick with the scent of burning brimstone, a stench that clung to the throat like a warning. Shadows flickered, casting grotesque shapes across the obsidian walls of the abyssal courts, where the demon kings convened in a furious cacophony of snarls and shouts. I stood in the midst of it, heart pounding, skin prickling with an electricity that promised violence. The throne room, a vast expanse of polished black stone, felt like a cauldron, bubbling with rage and ambition. This was no mere gathering, it was a battlefield of wills, where whispers could cut deeper than swords. I remember when the darkness first crept into my soul, a slow suffocation that clutched at my heart like an iron vice. The memories of my past, once vivid and colorful, had faded, leaving only echoes of laughter twisted into screams. I was Osriel, the fallen, once a beacon of hope, now merely a shadow, tethered to the abyss like a ghost to its grave. They all knew me, these demon lords, knew the taste of my despair. They fed on it. Korath, the brute king, stood to my left. His eyes were like burning coals, filled with a feral intensity that made my skin crawl. A hulking mass of muscle and malice, he roared as he thrust a gnarled fist toward the throne where Malika, the Wraith King, lounged in an ominous silence, a thin smirk playing on his lips. Malika's whispers were venomous, poisoning the air around him. He thrived in the chaos, the master puppeteer, pulling strings with little more than a flick of his wrist. "Your time is over, Osriel." Korath spat, his voice a thunderclap that echoed through the chamber. "You're nothing but a fading memory, a ghost in a world that forgets." I felt the weight of his words like a physical blow, but I straightened, forcing my spine to hold its proud arch. Korath was right. The abyss was a living thing, and it thrummed with the hunger of kings, each plotting their ascent, each seeking the power to snuff out rivals like candles in the night. I could taste the acrid tang of desperation in my mouth, it was all-consuming. I had sacrificed so much, yet here I was, a mere pawn among demons with insatiable ambitions. Across the chamber, illuminated by flickering firelight, stood Seraphine, the Shadow Queen. Her beauty was haunting, a fragile flower birthed from the darkest soil. The way she moved was poetry wrapped in a dagger's edge. I often wondered if she felt the weight of our shared history, the betrayal, the blood spilled in the name of power. Seraphine looked at me then, her gaze piercing, as if she alone could see the flickers of my old self still smoldering beneath the ash. "Osriel," she whispered, voice as soft as silk, "do not let them break you." But how could I not? I remembered everything, the dreams of glory, the laughter of the living, the taste of victory that had turned bitter on my tongue. "Your words are wasted, Seraphine," I replied, even as hope flickered like a dying flame. "These are the abyssal courts. Here, shadows consume light." Her sadness was palpable, it wrapped around me like a phantom embrace. Malika stirred, his voice slicing through the tension. "Enough of this weakness. The mortals above squabble while we bicker like children. Osriel knows the truth, he has lost his claim. We must decide who among us will rise next." With that, the room erupted into chaos, voices clashing like thunder. I felt the heat of their fury wash over me, a tide of emotions crashing against my resolve. Korath roared, challenging Malika's authority, while Seraphine, caught in the middle, clutched at her heart, eyes darting as if seeking an escape route. I wanted to protect her, to hold her close and shield her from their madness, but I was paralyzed, shackled by the weight of my own failures. I remembered a time before the abyss, a time when laughter rang through the halls of the castle, not the clamor of war. I was a hero then, not a wretch, not the specter of defeat. "I remember," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper. "I remember joy, but now it feels like a distant dream." At that moment, the ground shuddered beneath our feet, a sign of the chaos that brewed beyond the courts. The shadows stirred, alive with ancient anger. My heart raced, something was coming, a storm that would swallow us all. The demon kings fell silent, a collective unease settling over the room. Dark clouds gathered, and the air buzzed with the energy of impending doom. I could feel it in my bones, a reckoning was near. Korath's face twisted in rage, eyes wild and burning. "What are you afraid of?" he spat. "Show yourselves, coward." But I knew what was coming. I felt it like an insistent drumbeat, a warning that rippled through the darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows, a shape cloaked in mist, exuding an aura both terrible and alluring. "Enough," a voice echoed, smooth as silk but tinged with malice. "Your games have drawn unwanted attention." It was the harbinger of ruin, the embodiment of the abyss itself, and a chill settled in the pit of my stomach. My mind raced, memories colliding like storm-tossed waves. I could practically hear the universe holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Korra seemed to shrink in the presence of the harbinger, while Malika's smile twisted, revealing teeth sharper than daggers. The air crackled with tension, a taut string ready to snap. Seraphine's eyes met mine, and in that fleeting moment, everything hung in the balance. I felt her fear, her strength, and the unspoken words that trembled between us. We were all trapped in this grotesque ballet, our fates intertwined in a dance of darkness. We stood on the precipice, hearts beating as one against the storm. In the abyss, nothing was ever truly over. The demons and I, we were marionettes in a game we could neither understand nor escape. The real battle was just beginning, and the shadows whispered promises of what was to come, taunting us with secrets that would shatter worlds. And then, with a sudden, shattering explosion of energy, the abyss roared. A scream slices through the thick, suffocating darkness, a raw, jagged cry that clings to the air like smoke from a dying fire. I can't tell if it's fear or pain, maybe both. The sound coils around me, tightening, as I stand frozen in the shadows of the abandoned city, my breath catching in my throat like a thief caught in the act. I remember the stories, the enforcers, a demonic military force, an iron fist wrapped in scales and shadows, sent forth to quell rebellion. But stories are never just stories here, not anymore. The ground trembles, alive with the echo of marching boots. It's a vibration that seeps into your bones, a reminder that you're not in control. I remember nights spent listening to my father whispering tales of their merciless power, his voice trembling with both reverence and dread. He was a soldier once, before the world changed, before he became another ghost drifting through the ruins of hope. I shift slightly, trying to remain unseen, but the overwhelming stench of burnt flesh and old blood fills my lungs, and I choke. This is their domain, the enforcers. Demonic beings clad in obsidian armor, their eyes glowing like pits of molten gold, forever hungry, forever searching. They don't just hunt, they revel in it. A silhouette breaks through the haze, a woman, fierce and beautiful, with scars etched into her skin like faded tattoos of battles lost. Her name is Lyra, and somewhere inside her, a storm rages. I can see it in the way she clenches her fists, how the air around her crackles with unspent energy. She was once an enforcer, a soldier of the dark, but betrayal is a bitter seed, and it has taken root deep within her heart. Now, she stands on the edge of a precipice, torn between loyalty and the flickering flame of rebellion. "Lyra!" I whisper, my voice barely more than a breath, but she doesn't turn. Her focus is locked on the chaos ahead, a parade of horrors marching through the debris-strewn streets. I've known her long enough to see the cracks in her armor, she's burning from the inside out. I remember nights spent under the stars, sharing dreams of freedom. Now, those dreams haunt her like ghosts. And then there's him, Cade. A former enforcer turned unwilling ally, trapped between two worlds like a wretched soul caught in purgatory. He stands a few paces behind Lyra, his jaw clenched, eyes darkened with unspoken fears. I can feel his contempt for himself radiating in waves, how he loathes the darkness that once consumed him. His hands tremble, and I remember the way he used to smile, the glint in his eyes now overshadowed by shadows he can't shake off. "Tonight, we end this," he says, voice low and gravelly, but there's a tremor beneath the bravado. Each word is a stone dropped into a still pond, causing ripples of uncertainty to spread. I remember the way he looked at me, as if I could pull him back from the brink, but I can't save him. I can barely save myself. A roar erupts from the distance, and I fight the urge to cover my ears. The enforcers are nearing, an army of nightmares. They march with a cadence that turns the air electric, like the prelude to a storm, and I can feel the weight of dread pressing down on my chest. Lyra's breath quickens, and I sense her resolve wavering. With every heartbeat, I can hear her internal battle, her longing to fight against the very thing that once defined her. The shadows shift, twisting and curling around us like serpents. We can't let them find us, I urge, the panic rising in my throat like bile. We have to move. But the words are heavy, laden with the knowledge that this is a fight they might not return from. A flicker of doubt crosses Cade's face, and I see the ghosts of his past creeping back, a haunting reminder of the blood he's spilled in the name of loyalty. What if they find us first, he whispers, his voice trembling with the weight of his fears. What if the nightmares are already here? We share a moment of silence, a fleeting connection in a world where trust is a currency spent long ago. I can feel Lyra's pain, the burden of betrayal wrapped around her like chains, binding her to a fate she's desperate to escape. I reach out, grabbing her arm, my heart pounding like a war drum. Lyra, you can't let them win. Her gaze flickers to mine, and for a moment, the walls surrounding her heart seem to crack. What do you know about winning? She snaps, the fire in her voice igniting the air. You've never stood on the other side. You don't know what it's like to be consumed by darkness. But I've seen shadows, too. I felt them clawing at my soul, whispering sweet lies about surrender. Neither do you, not anymore, I breathe, desperation lacing my words. We can fight. We can change this. Cade shifts, his stance unwavering, and suddenly, the world around us fades. Time stretches, taut as a bowstring, and I can feel the weight of every decision, every heartbeat, pressing down on us. The shimmering horizon feels close enough to touch, but the demons are relentless, relentless. Silence envelops us, an eerie lull before the tempest. I remember my mother's voice, telling me that hope is a fragile thing, easily crushed. But here, in the heart of despair, I refuse to let it die. I refuse to let her memory fade like the flicker of a candle in a storm. And then, from the darkness, a figure emerges, an enforcer, taller than a tower, eyes glimmering like daggers in the night. My heart races, pounding against my ribs as if it understands the gravity of this moment. They will hunt us to the ends of this earth, I whisper, my voice trembling. We must fight. The air shifts, thick with the scent of smoke and iron, and in that instant, I see Cade and Lyra, not as warriors bound by fate, but as two lost souls seeking redemption. Their eyes meet, and in that shared glance, an unspoken bond forms, a fleeting spark in a dim world. We are not just pawns in their game, we are the storm that will rise against them. The tension snaps like a fraying thread, and I can feel the reckoning surging within us. And as the first clash of metal rings out in the distance, I know this is only the beginning, a prelude to a battle that will tear through the very fabric of our souls. Time stretches as we step into the chaos, hearts pounding, breath hitching, the night alive with the echoes of despair and defiance. In the heart of darkness, we are not just fighting against the enforcers, we are fighting for our souls, for freedom that feels as elusive as a wisp of smoke. The dawn is coming, and with it, a reckoning that will change everything. The darkness enveloped her like a thick fog, choking her breath, and within the suffocating silence, she could hear her heart thundering against her ribs, a frantic drum urging her to run. Amelia stood in the center of what used to be a vibrant dance hall, now a mausoleum of shattered mirrors and forgotten laughter. The air was thick with despair, each shard of glass reflecting a flicker of her own fear, twisting it into grotesque shapes that gnawed at her sanity. Shadows darted at the edges of her vision, whispering secrets of her past, threats of her future, and the suffocating weight of her present. I remember, she murmured, the words escaping her lips like a ghost sigh. I remember the way they danced, spinning, twirling, lost in a moment that felt eternal, and then the screams. The echoes of those screams still haunted her, reverberating through the hollowed shell of the hall. They were not just memories, they were demons, clawing at her mind. With every heartbeat, she felt their icy fingers tightening around her throat, squeezing, squeezing. Amelia, a voice called from the shadows, low and resonant, a dark melody that made her shiver. It was Ethan, her brother, standing a mere few feet away, pale and gaunt, as if the very fear that tormented her had siphoned his life. "Don't come any closer," she warned, her voice trembling, half a plea, half a challenge. "You don't know what's here." Neither do you, he replied, stepping into the dim light as if drawn by an unseen force. His face was a map of regret, etched with lines deeper than the night itself. You think this place is haunted by ghosts? No, it's worse. The real demons, they're within us. They stood there, two flawed souls marred by scars both visible and hidden, sharing a moment that felt like the eye of a storm. Just hours ago, they'd fled from their lives, chased by shadows of their own creation, guilt, anger, despair. Now, in this haunted hall, those shadows had come to life. I remember, Ethan's voice broke through the silence, raw and trembling. I remember how we used to laugh. How you were the light in this darkness. Amelia's chest tightened. And now? Now I'm just broken. No, he insisted, stepping closer, close enough that she could see the flecks of sorrow in his eyes. You're not broken. You're just afraid. The truth of his words pierced her. Fear was a thief, stealing memories, strangling hope. It had led them here, to this cursed hall, where the echoes of their childhood entwined with the terror of adulthood. The past clung to her like an old, wet coat, heavy and suffocating. But what if fear isn't just a feeling, she whispered. What if it's a monster that devours us whole? Then we need to fight it, he said, a spark igniting in his gaze. Together. Suddenly, the air turned electric, a crackling energy that set her skin ablaze. For a moment, Amelia felt the weight of the world lift, a flicker of hope shimmering in the abyss. But then, it all crashed back, the doors slammed shut, locking them in, and the shadows deepened, swirling around them like a tempest of despair. Ethan! She reached for him, but it was as if a chasm had opened between them, swallowing her voice. Help! The walls began to pulse, the darkness throbbing like a heartbeat, and in that moment, in that agonizing heartbeat, the whispers turned into a cacophony of voices. Each one told a story, a tragedy, a fear incarnate. You are nothing. You will fail. You are alone. With each phrase, Amelia felt herself unraveling, threads of her very being fraying, slipping through her fingers. She could see it now, the demons, they were born from her insecurities, her failures, the moment she had chosen to hide from rather than face. Amelia, Ethan's voice broke through the chaos again, a lifeline thrown into the tempest. Look at me. His eyes bore into hers, fierce and relentless. You are not alone. We can fight this. The tension crackled, igniting something inside her. You don't understand. They'll consume us. Then we must consume them first, he shouted, determination lacing his voice. The shadows writhed, recoiling as if his words were a burning flame, revealing a path through the darkness. The dance hall started to shift, the walls pulsating with a rhythm of their own, a heartbeat that echoed their resolve. I remember, she whispered, the words now grounding her instead of shattering her. I remember the laughter. I remember the light in us, our dreams. Then let's ignite that light. Ethan stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking as they faced the roiling shadows together, their fears laid bare before them. The darkness lurked, but rather than cower, they stood as one. Two flawed souls entwined, fighting a fight that felt cosmic, timeless. They were mortal vessels grappling with demons of their own making, yet within that raw vulnerability lay the seed of their strength, a shared heartbeat defying the shadows. And as they stood on that precipice, eyes locked in fierce determination, the dance hall trembled with the echoes of their shared history, the sweet melody of laughter intertwining with the discordant choir of fear. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap, and the shadows closed in, swirling with a hunger that promised to consume. But Amelia and Ethan, together, found their footing, a fragile hope igniting deep within their hearts. As the darkness surged, they prepared to confront the demons, not just within the hall, but within themselves. I remember, they whispered in unison, their voices a battle hymn against the night. And in that chorus, the fear that had threatened to drown them stood no chance at all. The clock strikes midnight. The air thickens, a weight pressing down on the rooftops of the forgotten town. Shadows stretch, twist, and coil like serpents in the moonlight. On the edge of the village, in a crumbling house that seems to breathe, Claire stands before a mirror cracked down the middle, staring into the abyss of her own reflection. The glass shudders, the room shimmers, and she sees not just herself but the weight of her past, the haunting memories, the voices echoing through her mind. It's a fragile moment, teetering on the brink of surrender or salvation. Her heart pounds in her chest like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the choices she made, the darkness she embraced. I remember when I first heard the stories, she whispers, her breath fogging the glass. When the shadows weren't just shadows. A flicker of movement behind her. She spins, but there's nothing, only the shadows, slinking away into corners. Then, from the depths of the house, a guttural cry slices through the silence. It's Ethan, her brother, tethered to this world yet dancing with madness. Claire! His voice, cracked and frayed, reverberates through the walls like a siren's call. Come! It's here! Fear grips her like icy hands. The abyss, what they had always known, that insatiable void lurking beneath their lives, gnawing at their sanity and swallowing their dreams whole. It promised power, knowledge, a window into the unknown. And yet, the cost was heavy, heavier than the grave. She had seen its influence twist the minds of those around her, turning friends into phantoms, laughter into screams. What did they expect? To grasp the stars, to touch the fabric of the cosmos? The abyss was not a gentle mistress, it was a beast that demanded blood. Ethan! Where are you? She moves toward the sound, heart racing. Each step feels like crossing a line, an unspoken pact with destiny. Shadows flicker in the corners of her vision, teasing her, whispering secrets she can't quite hear. And there he is, Ethan, crouched in the dim light, eyes wild, a twisted grin on his face. Can't you feel it? The power coursing through us. He gestures wildly, as if he could pull the darkness into him, mold it with his bare hands. But there's something wrong, something feral in the glint of his eyes. It wants us, Claire. It's calling. No. She steps back, panic rising in her throat. You're losing yourself. This isn't who you are. Laughter spills from him, sharp and jagged, cutting through the air. Who I am. Or who I could be. The shadows pulse around him, an intoxicating dance that draws her closer, like moths to a flame. The abyss whispers promises of freedom, of release. Join me, Claire. Let it take you. She shudders, recalling the tales their grandmother told, a voice aged with sorrow, recounting the fables of those who danced too close to the edge and fell. The shadows will claim you, she had warned, but who believes in old wives' tales when the allure of the abyss glimmers like silver in the dark? I remember the stories, Claire murmurs, fighting against the tide of despair and temptation. I remember the lost souls. A flicker of doubt crosses Ethan's face, and for a moment, she sees her brother beneath the madness, a flash of vulnerability, a glimmer of the bond that once tethered them together. I wanted you to see, he says, voice trembling, this power, it could change everything. Yes, she cries, desperation fueling her. But at what cost, Ethan? You're not a monster, you're my brother. The shadows twitch, hungry, anticipating, as if the room itself holds its breath. The walls pulse, echoing the frantic rhythm of their hearts. The abyss watches, waiting, its influence like a heavy fog that seeps into the marrow of their very souls. I remember the laughter, Claire presses on, clutching the remnants of hope like a fragile flower. I remember us, before the darkness. Ethan's expression falters, the gleam in his eyes dimming. Before the abyss? He hesitates, and Claire seizes the moment, stepping closer, bridging the chasm that divides them. We can fight it together. We can remember. I don't know if I want to. The roar of despair escapes him, shattering the fragile silence. What if it's too late? The shadows writhe, as if they sense the shift in their conversation, the balance teetering on a knife's edge. Then we fight, she insists, voice trembling with conviction. Fight to reclaim what's ours. Fight to break free. And in that heartbeat of silence, a decision hangs in the air, an unbreakable thread woven through the fabric of their lives. The abyss thrums with energy, a primal force that beckons them closer, urging them to surrender. But amid the chaos, amid the pull of the void, there is still a flicker of light, the warmth of their shared memories, the laughter of childhood echoing through the corridors of time. "Do you remember the night we camped under the stars?" Claire asks, her voice softening, cracking like ice under pressure. "We made wishes on shooting stars. We believed in magic." "Magic," he echoes, a shadow of a smile breaking through the storm within him. The shadows around him seem to waver, and for a moment, the abyss recedes, caught off guard by the strength of their bond. "I thought it was just a story." "No," she whispers fiercely, "it's real. And we can find it again." But the abyss is relentless, a dark tide rising to swallow their hope. With a chilling roar, it crashes against them, the echoes of despair reverberating through the very air they breathe. Ethan's eyes blaze with conflict, the battle raging within him. The influence of the abyss is palpable, a creature wrought from darkness, eager to consume, eager to claim its prize. "Claire, I don't know how to fight it." "Then let me help you." She reaches out, fingers brushing against his. A spark ignites, a connection that defies the darkness. Together, we can face the shadows. The moment hangs heavy, suspended in time, as the shadows close in, hungry for their despair. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of the choices they must make. And as they stand, locked in this visceral confrontation, with the abyss breathing down their necks, with the ghosts of their past swirling around them, they realize they are not just fighting for survival. They are fighting for the very essence of who they are, the light buried beneath the layers of pain and shadow. "Remember," Claire whispers, heart racing, "we are more than what the abyss wants us to be." And in the heart of darkness, hope flickers like a candle, fragile yet unyielding. The air was electric, charged with a tension so thick it felt like the world might snap in half. In a corner of a shadowy chamber, a single candle flickered, its flame dancing widely as if trying to escape the darkness that called around it. Every breath was a whisper, every heartbeat a drumroll leading to the inevitable. I stood there, my heart in my throat, watching as Lena's hands trembled, clenching the tattered map that promised salvation but held only betrayal. "I can't do this," she whispered, eyes wide, glimmering with fear and something else, something more profound, a longing for a life untouched by shadows. "I won't do it." But the abyss called to her, a dark void that echoed her name in a voice so seductive, it could make the strongest of hearts falter. I knew that voice well, it had whispered to me, too. The king of the abyss, an entity wrapped in enigma, had been our uninvited guest, gnawing at our sanity, planting seeds of doubt and despair. Beside her, Elias stood rooted, a statue of conflict and contradiction. I could see the storm brewing in his eyes, a mix of desperation and a fierce desire to protect Lena, yet this very protectiveness was a double-edged sword. He wanted to shield her from the dark, but could he guard her from the truth? "We have no choice," he stated, voice rough, yet a tremor betrayed his resolve. I felt the weight of his words, heavy like the chains that bound us to this cursed fate. The room felt smaller, suffocating. The candle sputtered again, casting shadows that danced like ghosts yearning for release. "I remember the stories," Lena murmured, her voice a thin thread of nostalgia. The king of the abyss, a tyrant in darkness, feeding on dreams and despair. They said he was once a man, twisted by the void until all that remained were whispers in the dark. That he could grant power, but at a price. The words hung heavy in the air, a warning wrapped in a shroud of allure. Elias's hand shot out, clutching her wrist, desperate to anchor her to reality. "Lena, you can't believe that. He's a monster. If we confront him, it's not power he'll offer. It's annihilation." Yet, there was a flicker in her gaze, a silent rebellion against fear. What if the legends are wrong? What if he is only a reflection of our own fears? And just like that, the air shifted. The candle flickered again, shadows deepening, swirling around us like a living thing, hungry and impatient. I felt it too, this strange compulsion to understand, to challenge the darkness. To dance with it. My heart raced, a symphony of conflicting desires. "Are we the monsters?" I whispered, the question slipping out before I could catch it, the truth as raw and inviting as the abyss itself. "Stop it!" Elias's voice shattered the fragile moment, laced with desperation. Stop playing with fire. We're not here to find answers. We're here to survive. His eyes, usually so fierce, now held a vulnerability that made my chest ache. The weight of his fear was palpable, like a stone sinking in my gut. A ghost of a smile tugged at Lena's lips, bittersweet and knowing. Survival is not living, Elias. We're already dead inside, trapped in this endless nightmare. Isn't it better to confront the abyss than to cower in its shadow? And there it was, the heart of the matter, the pulse of our existence. A question that ripped through us, bare and bleeding. Did we want to live in a world where the shadows dictated our every move? Or did we dare to face the king? Time stretched like the thin thread of a spider's web, fragile yet unyielding. The silence was deafening, filled with the echoes of our own fears, our own dreams. The candle, our lone source of hope, flickered one last time before snuffing out, plunging us into darkness. The shadows rushed in, swirling, enveloping us in their cold embrace. I could feel them breathing, their essence coiling around my limbs, whispering secrets that sent shivers down my spine. I could hear the king's voice, a seductive lullaby, drawing us closer, promising power, freedom, a chance to break the chains. But at what cost? With my heart pounding, I reached for Lena's hand, our fingers intertwining, a lifeline in this tempest of uncertainty. Elias, too, grasped my shoulder, grounding me against the encroaching void. We formed a fragile bond, united in our fear and yearning. Together, I whispered, the word barely escaping my lips, laden with hope and desperation. We face him together. And as the shadows thickened, a looming presence filled the room, a palpable darkness that felt almost sentient, breathing in the silence, eager to feast on our resolve. Then the king of the abyss emerged, a silhouette against the void, eyes glimmering like dying stars, depths unfathomable. He was both terrifying and captivating, a paradox wrapped in shadow. I could feel the weight of his gaze, penetrating, peeling back the layers of our souls. Why do you seek me? His voice was a roll of thunder, echoing through the chamber, vibrating in my bones. Because we're not afraid, Lena shouted, but I could hear the tremor, the doubt lurking beneath her bravado. Not afraid. The king laughed, a sound that sent chills racing up my spine, a cruel, mirthless echo. You fool yourselves. Fear is your lifeblood, it is what binds you to me. And in that moment, I understood, he was right. The fear was a tangled web we had all spun, but it was also our only means of survival, our ticket to confront the abyss within ourselves. With each heartbeat, the tension escalated, a crescendo that threatened to consume us whole. Face your fears, he commanded, and I could feel the air shift, the weight of destiny pressing down upon us. Or remain lost in the shadows. The abyss yawned before us, a gaping more promising oblivion and revelation. I felt myself teetering on the edge, teetering between despair and defiance. And yet, as I stood there, surrounded by the echoes of my companions, something within me ignited, a flicker of courage, a whisper that perhaps we could rewrite our fates. The king's laughter reverberated in the dark, a haunting melody that promised nothing and everything. The line between hope and despair blurred, and as the confrontation loomed like a thunderstorm on the horizon, I realized one undeniable truth: the abyss was not only outside us but within us, a reflection of our darkest secrets and our deepest desires. And so, we stood, as fragile as candle flames, yet defiant, ready to face whatever lay ahead, caught in the suffocating embrace of the shadows and the haunting gaze of the king of the abyss. The sky split open, a jagged wound spilling molten light across the battlefield. Shadows flickered like desperate ghosts, merging with the cries of the dying. My heart thudded in my chest, a relentless drumbeat drowning out the chaos. I could see them in the distance, celestial forces, angels wreathed in blinding radiance, their wings unfurling like banners of war. I was not prepared for this. None of us were. I remember the taste of ash on my tongue, the bitter tang of fear. We stood at the precipice of oblivion, our backs pressed against the crumbling remains of a world once vibrant with life. Eric, my brother in arms, his face smeared with grime and desperation, locked eyes with me. Stay close, he shouted, voice raw, as if he were fighting against the very air that choked us. But even as I nodded, dread coiled in my gut. Eric had always been the brave one, the fearless warrior with a heart too big for his own good. Yet that heart now beat with a frantic rhythm, a countdown to catastrophe. I could see the doubt creeping in, the cracks in his courage that mirrored the fractures in the city around us. The night was alive, alive with the echoes of past battles, the ghosts of dreams that had turned to dust. "Do you remember the dreams we had?" I whispered, the words slipping out before I could catch them. "The ones where we'd soar above the clouds." He shot me a look, a mix of bitter laughter and pain. "Dreams don't shield you from arrows, sister." His voice trembled, threading through the chaos like a lifeline. "They'll come for us. They always do." And they did. In an instant, the air shimmered with celestial bodies, arching gracefully through the sky, a stark contrast to the war-torn ground beneath our feet. Each one was a star, but now they were weapons, bolts of divine fury aimed at our hearts. I could feel the heat of their wrath, the burning light that promised annihilation. Amora, my childhood friend turned reluctant ally, stood a few steps away, her hands trembling as she gripped her sword. The blade gleamed, mocking her uncertainty. "What are we even fighting for?" she cried, the question hanging over us like a dark cloud. "If they win, we're all done for. If we win, what then? A world of ashes." I saw the truth in her eyes, once innocent, now hardened by loss. Amora had lost so much already, I could see it in the way she flinched at every explosion, the way her fingers traced the hilt of her sword like a lover's farewell. "We fight for each other," I said softly, but the words tasted like iron on my tongue. "We fight because we have to. Because if we don't, there's nothing left." But deep down, I felt the chasm yawning beneath us, a void that threatened to swallow our resolve whole. I remembered the laughter we shared, the carefree days before the war consumed us. I remembered how we were promised a future, yet here we stood, mere pawns in a celestial game we could hardly comprehend. A roar split the air, deafening and primal. Celestial beings descended, their ethereal forms twisting and turning, a ballet of destruction. They unleashed beams of blinding light that sliced through the darkness, igniting the ground with searing flames. I watched in horror as the earth buckled beneath the weight of their power. "Run!" Eric shouted, his voice a lifeline, a tether to sanity. We stumbled backward, adrenaline surging through our veins. I felt the heat, the fury, and it wrapped around me like a shroud. The ground trembled beneath us, a monstrous heartbeat that synchronized with my own fear. Time seemed to fracture, seconds stretching into eternity. I could hear the sounds of distant screams, the wails of souls lost amidst the chaos. Memories flashed, a kaleidoscope of laughter now drowned in anguish. I remembered how we'd spoken of love and legends, how we'd dreamt of heroes and the stories they'd tell. But now? Now, we were mere shadows in a war against the divine. "They're coming!" I screamed, terror clawing at my throat. The ground beneath us erupted, sending us sprawling. My hand sank into the earth, the cool soil a desperate reminder of life. And then I saw him, Eric, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, charging forward into the fray. "For our families," he bellowed, drawing strength from the very chaos that threatened to consume him. "Eric, no!" I reached for him, but the distance between us felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by fate. I watched as he plunged into the melee, a flicker of light in a storm of despair. My heart shattered as I lost him to the tide of battle, his silhouette swallowed by the cacophony. "Stay with me!" Amora's voice pierced through the fog of panic. I turned, and there she was, her face pale but resolute. "We can't give in. Not now." But I felt a weight anchor me, a whisper of despair that clawed at my soul. I was losing everything, every precious memory, every fragment of hope. "What if we're not enough?" I gasped, the words scraping against my throat like shards of glass. And then it happened, a blinding flash illuminated the battlefield, a surge of raw energy that engulfed us both. I shielded my eyes, and in that moment of darkness, I saw the truth: we were not alone. In the depths of despair, I felt something rise within me, a flicker of defiance, a remembrance of all that was pure and beautiful. I looked at Amora, and in her eyes, I saw the same spark. "Together?" I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of our shared resolve. "Together," she affirmed. And as we stepped forward, the darkness roared, but we would not be consumed. We would clash against the celestial forces with every ounce of our being, igniting the battlefield with the fire of our hearts. And so we charged, two souls against the abyss, knowing that the war was far from over. The echoes of our past haunted us, but the promise of a future flickered in the distance, waiting to be grasped amid the chaos. The sirens wailed, a banshee's cry slicing through the night. The lights flickered, shadows dancing on the walls like restless spirits, while the ground trembled beneath me. Panic pulsed in the air, thick and suffocating, and I felt it clawing at my throat. I could hear their laughter, low, mocking, dripping with malice, as they descended upon us, the new demon kings, stepping out of the blackness like emerging nightmares, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter. It clung to my tongue as I gripped the cold, steel handle of the door, my heart racing, each thud echoing the frantic rhythm of the world unraveling around me. They were here, and it felt like the end. But in this chaos, two souls flickered like dying candles beside me, Rena and Marcus, both flawed, both fighting demons of their own. Rena's hands trembled, her knuckles pale against the darkness. She had always been the brave one, the light in our group, but now doubt hung around her like a shroud. "What do we do?" she whispered, voice shaking like fragile glass about to shatter. Her eyes, usually bright with fire, were now clouded with uncertainty. When the world was tearing at its seams, why did courage always feel so far away? Marcus, leaning against the wall, his breath heavy and ragged, stared into the churning void. "We fight," he said, but there was a crack in his bravado, a fissure that hinted at the truth buried deep within. He was a warrior, but even warriors have their limits. "We have to." He turned to me, I searching mine, a desperate plea wrapped in defiance. Fists clenched around unyielding reality, I thought of everything we'd lost: innocence, safety, dreams. The city, once alive with laughter and light, now lay shrouded in darkness, a twisted echo of what it used to be. I remembered how we used to roam the streets like children, unafraid of shadows. Now, those shadows had teeth, and they were hungry. Each footstep echoed, a countdown to calamity. The demon kings were coming, and they were relentless. I could feel their presence like a cold wind creeping into my bones, freezing the blood in my veins. I remember the tales, how they thrived on despair, how they turned hope into ash. And here they were, in the flesh, cloaked in arrogance and darkness, each one a twisted reflection of our failures. Rena's voice broke through my thoughts, sharp and clear. "I can't." There was a fracture in her spirit, an echo of fear that was all too human. She had always been the one to rally us, to light the way, but now she stood on the precipice, teetering between fight and flight. "What if we're not enough?" The truth clawed at my chest. "We have to be." It sounded hollow even to my own ears, but I forced the words out, wrapping them in the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, we could push back the darkness. A cacophony of screams erupted outside. My heart raced, each pulse reminding me of my own mortality. I thought of the lives that hung in the balance, the innocent caught in this maelstrom of chaos. "They need us," I said, the weight of responsibility crashing down like an avalanche. "We can't let them win." Marcus straightened, determination igniting in his eyes like a match struck against the void. "Then we fight. Together." The cadence of his voice was a rallying cry, and for a moment, the shadows flickered. I saw Rena's resolve harden, her fear morphing into something fierce and beautiful. With a nod, she stepped forward, the light in her eyes rekindled. The demon kings were still approaching, but now, we were ready to face them, hearts pounding, breaths shallow, but united. We were more than just our fears, we were the last flicker of hope in a world gone dark. And then they were upon us. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog of dread enveloping the room. I could see the swirling darkness in their forms, a malevolence that was palpable, wrapping itself around my throat like an iron grip. Their laughter echoed like thunder, a sinister serenade that sent chills racing up my spine. Rena lunged first, a burst of fierce energy, an embodiment of every suppressed scream. It was reckless, but in that moment, it was everything. I watched as she clashed against the first of the demon kings, her spirit igniting like a phoenix rising from the ashes. But even the brightest flames can be snuffed out. "Rena!" I screamed, and in that moment, time seemed to stretch, a cruel taunt of reality. I felt Marcus's presence at my side, a solid anchor amidst the storm. "We can't let them take her." The words spilled from me like blood from a wound, raw and desperate. But the shadows were relentless. The kings advanced, their power a palpable force that rippled through the air. I could hear their whispers, promises laced with venom, taunts that gnawed at my sanity. They knew our fears, our regrets, and they wielded them like weapons. In the chaos, I felt the world shift, the very fabric of reality trembling beneath our feet. And then, a flicker of clarity sliced through the madness. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every single soul that had ever dared to dream. As Rena faltered, I could feel the weight of despair pressing down like a leaden cloak. Somewhere deep inside, I understood that hope was not a guarantee, it was a choice, a flicker in the dark that could ignite into a blaze. "We are not afraid," I declared, the words spilling forth as if they were a spell, binding us together against the onslaught. And in that moment, the tide began to shift. The air crackled with energy, the shadows recoiling from our resolve. Rena's spirit reignited, fierce and wild, as we moved as one, hearts beating in unison against the encroaching darkness. The confrontation was not just with the demon kings, it was with our own fears, our own doubts, every ghost that had haunted us. And then the world exploded into chaos, light and shadow, hope and despair. We fought, and the war within us became the war outside. The city trembled, the walls echoed with our cries, both of anguish and defiance. I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The kings might fall, but their legacy would linger, looming like specters in the night. As the battle raged, I remember the night sky, endless and vast, heavy with stars, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light. And so we fought, together, as the shadows ride, caught in the tempest of our will. The new demon kings may rise, but we would rise with them, refusing to be extinguished. Time twisted and warped, threads of fate weaving into an unbreakable tapestry of defiance. The fight would continue, here, now, and forevermore. The wind screamed through the narrow alleyways of the forsaken city, its icy fingers snatching at the remnants of a once vibrant existence. Shadows danced against crumbling stone walls, each flicker a whisper of despair. In the center of this chaos, the air thickened, a palpable tension that constricted the very breath from Amelia's lungs. She stood there, heart hammering, the weight of her choices pressing down like the very stones that threatened to swallow her whole. Tonight was the night, she could feel it in her bones, a premonition that thrummed like a warning bell. "I remember the first time I thought I could control the dark," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howl of the wind. It was a fragile admission, but in the oppressive silence that followed, it hung like a noose. Her fingers trembled as they brushed over the sigils etched into the ground, intricate patterns that felt alive beneath her fingertips, pulsing with some ancient, malignant energy. Each symbol was a thread in a tapestry of dread. Beside her, Marcus shifted restlessly, his brow glistening with sweat. "We're not ready, Amelia." "We shouldn't," his words trailed off, a hushed gasp as he caught sight of the moon, a silver eye glaring down from above, almost mocking them. He was always the voice of caution, his heart as tender as the hands that shook from fear. But tonight, something primal ignited within him, a flicker of reckless hope that fought against the shadows, against the memory of their shared past. "I remember what they took from us," Amelia shot back, desperation making her voice sharp. "We can't let them win." The pain of loss clawed at her, memories of laughter turned to ashes, of dreams snuffed out like candles in an eternal night. She recalled the faces of those they had loved, now just ghosts that haunted her every step. The city had turned to dust, and so had their hearts. In this moment, they were not just summoning demons, they were searching for something more profound, a reckoning, a chance to reclaim what had been ripped from their world. But the cost was steep, and a chill crept down her spine, warning her that the shadows were listening, that the very ground beneath her feet was a treacherous ally. "Are you sure they're even here?" Marcus's voice quivered, and in it, she heard the echo of his fears, of failure, of betrayal, of the abyss that awaited them. The thought settled in her mind, a gnawing doubt that threatened to consume her. "We need to believe, believe." The word tasted bitter on her tongue. "What's belief without action, Marcus? We've sat in silence long enough." She drew in a breath, her resolve hardening like steel. The air shimmered around them, a warning that the very act of invocation would awaken something far beyond their understanding. Across the square, a figure emerged from the gloom, cloaked in a shroud that swallowed the light. It was a haunting presence, an ethereal silhouette that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a heartbeat, drawing them in, whispering promises that twisted like barbed wire around their souls. This was not just a summoning, it was an awakening, a resurrecting of ancient horrors, a collision of past and present. "Do you feel it?" Amelia asked, her voice trembling with a mix of anticipation and dread. "It's alive." She could feel the pull, a magnetic force that tugged at her very essence, beckoning her closer to the unknown. Marcus stepped back, a primal instinct surging within him. "I can't," but it was too late. The air crackled with energy, the sigils flaring to life, illuminating the darkness in a hellish glow. The ground quaked beneath them, a violent reminder of the chaos they were about to unleash. And then, the world shattered. The darkness split open like a gaping maw, and from it emerged the demon kings, figures cloaked in shadows, their eyes a void that swallowed the very light around them. They were ancient and beautiful, like the ruins of a forgotten civilization, radiating a power that made the hair on the back of Amelia's neck stand on end. A symphony of despair echoed in their presence, a haunting melody that resonated with the very core of her being. Fear twisted in Marcus's stomach as he beheld the impossible. "What have we done?" His voice cracked, a reflection of his shattered confidence. "Nothing yet," Amelia replied, her heart racing to match the furious rhythm of the encroaching darkness. "This is just the beginning." With each heartbeat, she felt her resolve strengthen, her anger swell. Memories of loss flooded her mind, screams from the past, the weight of betrayal, and she channeled them into the words she spoke, reciting the incantation that would bind the demons to her will. But the kings laughed, a cacophony of sound that felt like ice seeping into her bones. "You think you can control us?" Their voices melded into one, a symphony of malice that reverberated through her soul. "You, with your childish dreams and broken heart." In that moment, doubt swept over her like a dark tide. Was it foolish to believe she could harness such malevolence? Were they not merely marionettes dancing on the strings of fate, pulled along by the shadows lurking just out of sight? "I remember," she gasped, heart pounding like a drum. "I remember the pain, the loss. And from that loss, I will forge my strength." The air thickened with tension as the two forces collided, her fragile resolve against the weight of ancient malevolence. It felt as if time itself had paused, the cosmos holding its breath as the fate of their world teetered on a knife's edge. "Join us, embrace the darkness," the kings beckoned, their voices like silk against her skin. "Or perish in the light of your own folly." Amelia's heart raced, split between the allure of power and the echo of her own humanity. The force of the ritual intensified, swirling around them like a tempest, a dark embrace that promised both salvation and ruin. In that moment, she understood, the real demons weren't the ones they were summoning. They were the fears that lived within her, the ghosts of the past that whispered in her ear, the broken pieces masquerading as strength. "Marcus," she whispered, reaching for him, feeling his warmth against the chill that threatened to envelop her. "We can do this together." But the shadows were relentless, the kings unyielding. The confrontation loomed like an impending storm, a clash not just of magic, but of souls, of desires that had long festered in the dark corners of their hearts. And as the first clash erupted, a scream pierced the night, echoing through the alleyways of the forsaken city. It was a sound that would haunt Amelia long after the ritual had ended, a reminder that in their quest to summon the demon kings, they were not just conjuring shadows, but unearthing the depths of their own fractured souls. And the battle had only just begun. The clock ticked violently, echoing through the abandoned chapel, each chime a cruel reminder of the time slipping away. Shadows danced on the stone walls, flickering like the memories of lives long extinguished. I could almost hear their whispers, a cacophony of regrets and fears, urging me to leave, to run. But I stood frozen, heart pounding, sweat clinging to my skin. I remember that night all too vividly, the night everything changed. Lucas was there, his face twisted with a mix of fury and desperation. "You don't understand," he shouted, the sound ricocheting off the walls. His voice cracked, barbed with emotion. The flickering candlelight cast jagged shadows across his jawline, illuminating the torment etched on his features. "They're not what you think. They're our only hope." I could see it, the madness in his eyes, a storm brewing beneath the surface. He wasn't just fighting for himself, he was fighting for everyone, for us. But the cost weighed heavy on my heart, a shackle that threatened to drag me under. I took a step back, adrenaline coursing through my veins, the air thick with tension. "What are you saying, Lucas? You want to trust demons?" He flinched at the word, like a physical blow. "They're not just demons," he hissed, fingers twitching at his sides as if holding back some primal force. "They can protect us, guard us from the real darkness out there." But what if they were the darkness? The thought clawed at my insides, the fear of betrayal as real as the dust mote swirling in the dim light. I glanced at the altar, where an ancient relic lay shrouded in shadows, a talisman of power and promise. It was said to control the very essence of good and evil, but what if that essence was flawed? What if it twisted in ways we couldn't comprehend? "Lucas, please," I begged, the words scraping my throat like broken glass. "You can't be serious. We've seen what they're capable of." The memories flooded in, screams echoing off the rooftops of our crumbling city, anguished wails that sliced through the night. I remembered the fire, the chaos, how demons had surged through the streets like a tidal wave, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. It was a haunting dance of horror. And yet, my mind flickered to MIA, her laughter like bells in spring. She had been one of them, one of the demons. A guardian, they called her. But even now, as I stood before Lucas, the memory of her touch felt like ice on my skin. She had whispered promises to me, her voice sweet and melodic, yet laced with something darker. "I can protect you," she had said, eyes glowing like embers. But who had she truly been protecting? Guardians or destroyers? I murmured, testing the words on my tongue, letting them roll over me like a cold wave. Was it possible that demons could wear the guise of salvation while concealing their true nature behind a mask of protection? I had seen MIA fight, her fierce spirit igniting the air around her, but I had also seen the devastation in her wake. Lucas stepped closer, desperation spilling from him, each word a tremor. "The others don't see it. They're blinded by fear, by ignorance. But we can change that. We can make them understand." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to feel the warmth of hope blossom in my chest, but the weight of doubt was a heavy shroud. "What if we fail, Lucas?" The words felt like stones, each syllable sinking deeper into the pit of my stomach. "What if we unleash something we can't control?" His jaw clenched, eyes narrowing as he processed my fear. "And what if we don't try? What if we let the darkness consume us? You can't let fear dictate your choices." I wanted to scream, to shake him until he saw the truth that devils wore the faces of angels, that hope could be a dangerous illusion. But as I looked into his eyes, I found something I hadn't expected: vulnerability. A flicker of doubt that mirrored my own. "Do you trust me?" he asked, voice low, trembling with uncertainty. The chapel seemed to hold its breath, the silence thick and suffocating. I felt my heart race, the pulse echoing in my ears. The question hung in the air, heavy as a storm cloud. I could see the ghosts of our past battles reflected in his gaze, the sacrifices we had made, the blood we had shed. But trust was a fragile thing, like glass ready to shatter at the slightest tremor. "I want to," I admitted, my voice barely a whisper, an admission of defeat mingling with hope. "But what if our trust leads us to ruin?" Lucas reached out, his hand brushing against mine, a fleeting moment that ignited a spark of warmth against the coldness of my fear. We fight together, whatever it takes. I won't let you down. In that instant, I felt the weight of the world pressing against my shoulders, a bitter reminder of the stakes. Beyond the chapel, the city lay cloaked in darkness, the shadows writhing like serpents, ready to swallow us whole. I could almost taste the fear in the air, sharp and metallic, a reminder of the demonic whispers that danced at the edges of my mind. And then came the crash. A deafening sound, shattering the stillness like a thunderclap. The door burst open, light spilling into the gloom, illuminating the dread that had taken root in my soul. Figures surged forward, eyes wild, breaths ragged. "They're coming," one shouted, voice raw with panic. "The demons are coming." My heart dropped, the realization hitting me like a blow. This wasn't just a confrontation, it was a reckoning. The demons were not just in the shadows, they were here, clawing at the edges of our sanity. Lucas tightened his grip on my hand, a lifeline in the storm. "Stay with me," he urged, fear and determination warring in his gaze. And for a moment, I believed that together we could face the onslaught, that against the tide of impending chaos, we could find a flicker of light, a chance for salvation. In the depths of our darkest hour, perhaps demons could be guardians after all. Or perhaps they were the destroyers we had always feared. As the shadows closed in, an electric tension crackled in the air, thickening the atmosphere. I could feel the heartbeat of the world around me, pounding like a war drum, and I knew this was just the beginning. The air hung thick with a stench that clung to the back of the throat, sharp and acrid, a reminder of lives lost to the insatiable hunger of decay. Flies swarmed like dark clouds, a frenzy of movement that made the skin crawl. In the center of this chaos stood Myra, her heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a countdown to the inevitable confrontation. Shadows twisted and danced around her, weaving tales of despair that wrapped around her like a shroud. She could feel them whispering her name, a chilling echo that made her blood run cold. I remember the first time I saw him, she thought, the memory flickering in and out like a faulty lantern, illuminating the contours of her fear. Beelzebub, the demon king, the lord of flies and decay, had stalked through her dreams like a grotesque spectre, his laughter a haunting melody that reverberated through her soul. She had dismissed the warnings, had laughed at the superstitions that plagued her village. But now, standing on the precipice of destruction, she wondered if she had been a fool. Beside her, Alaric trembled, a shivering leaf caught in a storm. His hands were stained with the soot of countless battles, a stark contrast to the gentle heart that beat beneath his armor. "We shouldn't have come here," he whispered, eyes darting toward the darkened horizon. "We should have just left it alone." His voice was a quivering thread, fragile and frayed, weighed down by the burden of regret. Myra felt a pang of guilt twist in her gut. It was her idea, her insatiable curiosity that had drawn them into this nightmare. "I remember," she muttered, "the stories they told by the fire. How you could hear the wailing of the damned if you listened close enough." Alaric swallowed hard, nodding, but his eyes betrayed him, reflecting a wild fear that spiraled like a tempest. She wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but the air crackled with an energy that held her in place. They had invoked darkness with their very presence, and now it hung over them like a noose. Then the ground trembled, a low growl that rumbled through the earth, shaking loose the leaves that clung desperately to dead branches. Myra's breath caught, a strangled gasp that echoed through the silence. The flies thickened, swirling faster, a living shroud that obscured the world beyond. She felt herself being pulled into their chaos, the buzzing a siren song that called her deeper into the abyss. "Stay close!" Alaric shouted, grabbing her arm with a grip that felt like iron. "We can't lose each other here." His fear was palpable, a living thing that clung to them like the rancid air. But there was something more in his eyes, a flicker of determination that ignited a spark within her. "I remember the stories," she said, her voice rising above the din, "how Beelzebub was once a prince, cast down and twisted into this horror. He knows pain. He knows loss." The word spilled from her, a mantra meant to embolden, but the moment they left her lips, a chill swept through her. She could almost hear the laughter of the Demon King, mocking her feeble attempt to connect with the darkness. And then, as if summoned by her thoughts, he appeared. Beelzebub, cloaked in shadows and filth, stepped from the gloom, his eyes like molten gold, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume them whole. He was grotesque yet mesmerizing, a creature born of nightmare and decay. The flies buzzed around him, a living crown, and for a moment, Myra forgot to breathe. "Ah, little mortals," he crooned, his voice a silken whisper that slithered through the air. "What brings you to my domain? Have you come to seek the truths you cannot bear?" His laughter echoed, a sound that sent tremors of dread coursing through her veins. Alaric flinched, stepping back, but Myra stood her ground, defiance igniting within her. "We're not afraid," she declared, though her heart raced, pounding like a war drum in her chest. "We seek to understand." "Understand?" Beelzebub tilted his head, a grotesque smile splitting his face, revealing teeth like jagged stones. "Understanding is a curse, sweet girl. It gnaws at you, festers within like a disease. You cannot fathom the depths of despair that I embody." A memory surged forth, unbidden, the day she had discovered her mother, lifeless on the floor, the pallor of death painted on her skin. The world had felt like it was unraveling, and she had wanted to claw back the hours, to rewrite the ending. The darkness had whispered then, just as it did now. But now, she knew the truth. Understanding could lead to power, a thin blade that could cut both ways. "I remember," Myra whispered, watching the light fade from her eyes. "The decay. The flies." She felt a surge of strength, a connection to the dark that coursed through her like wildfire. "But I've also seen love. I've felt joy. The two are intertwined." The Demon King's laughter twisted into something darker, sharper. "Ah. You think you can play with such forces? You think you can bargain with decay and come away unscathed?" The ground beneath them roared in agreement, a monstrous heartbeat that echoed the truth of his words. Alaric's grip on her arm tightened, but she stood firm, an unyielding vessel of hope. "I don't fear the darkness," she said, her voice rising like a battle cry. "I embrace it. I will not let it consume me." Beelzebub's eyes narrowed, and the air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice through. The flies swirled tighter, a tempest of chaos, and Myra felt the pull of the abyss, the seductive whisper of despair beckoning her closer. Alaric's fear washed over her, a tidal wave threatening to drown her resolve. But she remembered the laughter shared beneath starlit skies, the warmth of a hand held when shadows loomed too large. Together, she breathed, locking eyes with Alaric, grounding herself in the moment. "We fight together." The confrontation loomed, a tightrope stretched over the void, and Myra's heart raced, each beat echoing the pulse of the world around them. Time twisted and lurched, the past and present colliding in a beautiful, chaotic dance. She could feel the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of those who had come before her, those who had fought and lost, and those who had triumphed against the odds. Beelzebub stepped closer, the air shimmering with malice, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. The confrontation was inevitable, the darkness was rising, and with it, the truth of their hearts. The silence shattered, and the battle began, but in that moment, with the Demon King's laughter ringing in her ears, Myra felt something shift. Hope. Resilience. A spark that could not be extinguished. The dance of decay and love had only just begun, and with it, the promise of a fight that would resonate through the ages. The silence hung heavy in the air, a thick blanket that smothered the cacophony of the world. A single drop echoed, a drop of sweat, a tear, or maybe something darker, dripping from the edge of a rusted pipe in the dimly lit basement. I could hear it splatter against the cracked concrete floor, a heartbeat in the stillness. The creeping shadows seemed to stretch and yawn, as if awakening from a long, restless slumber, and I felt the cold tendrils of dread curling around my spine. "It's time, isn't it?" Emma's voice broke through the tension like a shard of glass. Her breath came out in sharp gasps, each exhale like a confession, a desperate plea for understanding. She stood there, trembling, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, a wild storm at sea trapped in a fragile vessel. "They're coming. They always do." I could taste the metallic tang of regret on my tongue, the bitter aftertaste of choices I couldn't take back. The shadows whispered her name, and my heart raced, thumping loudly in my chest, threatening to burst free. I remembered how we had laughed once, in brighter days, not so long ago. "Let's just keep running," I had said, and she had smiled, a radiant light in the dark, but now, that light flickered, wavering against the encroaching void. In the corner, Jack leaned against the wall, his arms folded tightly across his chest. He looked like a statue, carved from granite, yet inside his mind was a tempest. I could see it in the way his fingers drummed against his bicep, a frantic rhythm that belied the facade he wore so well. "You think they care about us?" he asked, his voice low, dripping with cynicism. "We're just echoes in their game. Pieces on a board." "Stop it," I shot back, the words leaving my mouth like a thrown stone. "We're more than that." But deep down, I felt the truth clawing at my insides, an uninvited guest that refused to leave. The abyss stared back at us, reflecting the darkest parts of our souls, and it was terrifying how easy it was to lose ourselves in that vastness. Emma glanced at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What if we don't make it out?" The vulnerability in her voice pierced the fragile cocoon we had spun around ourselves. "What if we become just another ghost story, just another whisper in the wind?" The thought gripped me, squeezing my heart until the pain was unbearable. "We won't. I promise." But as the words left my lips, I felt the weight of 1,000 unkept promises pressing down, a reminder of every time I had said I'll be there, only to vanish like the morning fog. Jack pushed himself off the wall, a storm brewing in his eyes. "You think you can just promise your way out of this?" he challenged, stepping closer. "You think that's enough? Look around. This isn't a fairy tale. It's a nightmare." The air thickened, the tension palpable as I tried to absorb his words. I wanted to scream, to tell him that hope was the lifeline we clung to. But hope was a fragile thing, a candle flickering in the gale, and every moment felt like it could snuff it out. I remembered our dreams, the plans we had woven together like a tapestry of bright colors, now frayed and torn. "Listen," Emma whispered, clutching my arm. "What if the abyss isn't just a void? What if it's a mirror?" Her voice quivered, a thread of something profound weaving through it. "What if it shows us who we really are?" The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling like dust in the air. I could feel the dark corners of my mind swirling, and for the first time, I dared to confront the truth lurking there, my fears, my failures, my unspoken desires. I remembered the faces I had abandoned, the moments I had let slip away like grains of sand. "I don't want to see myself," I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. "What if I don't like what I find?" Jack's gaze softened, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed the boy who used to dream of adventures. "Then we face it together," he said. "Because that's all we can do now." Emma squeezed my arm tighter, her grip like a lifeline. "We can't let the abyss define us. It's just a reflection. We can change what we see." I nodded, the fear still coiling around my heart, but mixed with a flicker of something else. "Defiance. Then let it come. Let it show us." My voice trembled, but deep inside, a fire ignited, raw and unstoppable. The shadows shifted, the air crackling with unspent energy as we stood together, three broken souls staring into the void. Time ticked on, each second a reminder of the fragility of existence, of dreams deferred. The ticking clock in the corner echoed like a heartbeat, a metronome of impending chaos. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed from above, heavy and deliberate. The walls seemed to breathe, constricting around us as if the very foundation of our hope was crumbling. "They're here," Emma said, her voice steady now, a resolve washing over her. Jack stepped forward, a glint of determination igniting the depths of his eyes. Together, he affirmed, and the word reverberated in the charged air, binding us. The abyss loomed ahead, dark and unyielding, but within its depths shimmered the possibility of redemption. The confrontation was inevitable, like a storm approaching on the horizon, but in that moment, I felt something shift. "Let's show them who we really are." And as the door creaked open, revealing the figures beyond, we stood united, three souls reflected in the abyss, ready to confront the darkness together. The mirror of our existence was about to shatter, and I could feel the air thrum with the promise of chaos. In that stillness, with hearts pounding as one, we prepared to face the night. The air swelled with a palpable dread, thick as fog, as Meris stood at the edge of the abyss. The ground shuddered beneath her feet, pulsing with the heartbeat of the ancient soil, echoing the fear thrumming in her chest. Shadows coiled around her, whispering secrets too dark to comprehend. She could feel the weight of 1,000 souls pressing against her, an army of regret and longing. The abyss was not merely a chasm, it was an entity, hungry and alive. Each breath she took tasted of iron and ash, a bitter reminder of what was at stake. "I remember," she murmured, barely a breath above the cacophony of her own thoughts, "when I thought power was a gift." Across the rocky expanse stood Amon, his silhouette flickering like a candle flame caught in a storm. He was fear and chaos wrapped in the guise of a man, his eyes dark pools reflecting the terror that wrapped around them like a shroud. Flames danced in the distance, the last vestiges of the village he had once sworn to protect, now reduced to cinders. "I remember," he growled, feverish desperation clawing at his voice, "the moment I chose this path. The moment I accepted the darkness. It was supposed to be a ritual of healing, a pact with the abyss to save their people. Instead, it had spiraled into a tempest of despair, a tempest they had unleashed upon themselves." Meris clenched her fists, the jagged edges of the obsidian stone biting into her palm, grounding her in the present while the memories of laughter and light slipped through her fingers like sand. "I'm not like you, Amon," she whispered, but her words quaked under the weight of her own doubt, her heart thrumming a rhythm of betrayal. "I didn't choose this." But even as she spoke, the truth wove itself into her thoughts, a poison blooming in her veins. She was drawn to the abyss, just as he was. It was a siren's call, seductive and unyielding. A distant thunder rumbled, a warning, a portent. Meris and Amon stood at the threshold of their own destruction, a precipice teetering on the edge of madness. Behind them lay the remnants of their lives, once filled with laughter, now marred by blood and sacrifice. The ghosts of their choices hovered in the shadows, mere wisps of what could have been. "I remember," Amon rasped, his words raw and jagged like broken glass, "the child I was. The dreams I had. Now look at us, two fools dancing on the edge of damnation." The self-loathing dripped from his voice, a heavy cloak that weighed down the air, stifling their resolve. As if summoned by their despair, the abyss surged, a wave of darkness breaking against the earth, lapping at their ankles, pulling them closer. It whispered promises of power, promises that shimmered like silver in the dark, yet the price was always the same, everything they held dear. Meris stepped forward, her heart hammering, each beat a reminder of her fragile humanity. "We can still turn back, Amon," she pleaded. "We can still save them." But even as she spoke, a flicker of doubt ignited within her. Was she willing to relinquish the power that coursed through her, waiting to be unleashed? "I've already lost myself," he spat, a dark laugh bubbling from somewhere deep within. "What's left to save?" His grief was like a tidal wave, crashing over her, almost suffocating in its depth. She watched him spiral, the man she once admired crumbling beneath the weight of his own choices. "I refuse to be a pawn in this game," she said, her voice steadying, but the tremor of uncertainty lingered. "I will not let the abyss swallow us whole." With each word, she felt the pull of something ancient, something beyond her understanding. The threads of fate intertwined in the darkness, each shimmering, tantalizing, yet fraught with danger. "Then what do you propose?" Amon's eyes narrowed, a mixture of disdain and fervor igniting within them. "We walk away? Pretend none of this happened? That we didn't awaken the forces that lurk beneath?" His laugh echoed like shattered glass, a haunting melody that echoed in the corners of her mind. In that moment, time stretched and warped, memories flooding her like a tide, a night spent stargazing, innocent laughter echoing beneath an endless sky, dreams that sparkled like fireflies. Yet each recollection was laced with a bitterness, a reminder of the innocence lost. "I remember," she whispered, half to herself, half to him, "the day we swore an oath to protect our people. I remember our laughter before it crumbled into ash." Each recollection was a knife, cutting deeper, laid bare against the backdrop of their impending doom. The abyss roared, eager to consume, its presence a living nightmare. It clawed at the edges of their sanity, promising salvation, power, darkness, all offered with one sinister price. Maris felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, a burden that threatened to crush her spirit. She glanced at Amon, seeing the man he had been, the flicker of hope buried beneath the chaos. Together, she urged, her voice a fragile thread yet imbued with steel. We can strike a balance. We can harness it without losing ourselves. The intensity of the moment crackled around them, a tension thick enough to slice through. Do you really believe that? He asked, vulnerability threading through his voice like a silver lining trying to pierce the storm. I have to, she breathed, staring straight into the depths of his soul. I have to believe there's still light left in us. As the abyss trembled, the shadows danced hungrily, eager to envelop them both. The clock ticked ominously in the background, each second a reminder of the decisions that loomed ahead, the delicate balance between salvation and despair. The darkness beckoned, seductive and inevitable, and as they stood on the precipice, something within Maris snapped. The abyss wanted to manipulate, to twist their desires into shadows of their former selves. But she was not yet ready to surrender. Not yet. Let's do this together, she urged again, her heart pounding with a fierce determination. I remember, he echoed, his voice faltering yet resolute. And I'm terrified. The abyss roared louder now, a cacophony of voices, a symphony of the damned, and in that terrifying moment, they reached for each other, grasping not just for hands but for hope, for a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. And as they stepped closer to the edge, the line between salvation and damnation blurred, holding within it the promise of chaos or the chance for redemption. The clock ticks, an echo in the stillness, each tick a heartbeat of dread. In the shadows of a crumbling castle, under the weight of a blood-red sky, a woman stands, breathless. Her name is Myra. She clutches a dagger, the blade glinting ominously as the air thickens with unshed fear. The chill of the approaching night seeps into her bones, a ghostly whisper of promises long forgotten. Somewhere deep inside, she knows that tonight will change everything, an ending, a beginning wrapped in the same veil of darkness. The soil beneath her feet feels alive, pulsing with the memories of those who came before. She remembers them, kings and queens, soldiers and sorcerers, each heartbeat a reminder of the demon king's reign. Malika. A name that echoes like a curse. A name that haunts her dreams. She glances at the crumbling stones around her, remnants of a glorious past now reduced to dust, and she feels the weight of history pressing against her chest. And then there's Rowan, lurking in the shadowed alcove, a flicker of humanity amidst the decay. His eyes, stormy and turbulent, reveal a turmoil that makes Myra's heart race. He is her past, the one she loved fiercely, even when love felt like a curse. The Demon King's influence coils around him, twisting his soul in a way that makes her breath catch. He is a soldier, yes, but also a prisoner, of fate, of choices made in desperation. She wants to scream for him, to tear down the walls he's built around his heart, but the air hangs heavy with unsaid words, and all she can do is watch, helpless. Do you think it's true, he asks, voice low, a tremor running through it, what they say about Malika? That he can see into the souls of men. Myra's fingers tighten around the dagger. The blade feels cold and unforgiving. I remember the stories, she replies, the weight of her own fears spilling into the words. They say he feeds on despair, that he knows our darkest secrets, our most hidden fears. Each word feels like a step deeper into a pit of uncertainty, where every heartbeat echoes louder, each pulse a reminder of the shadows closing in. As a storm brews on the horizon, the air vibrates with tension. The earth feels alive, and Myra knows, the Demon King is near. She can almost taste the dread, a bitter tang pressing against her tongue like a promise of blood. The town whispers tales of Malika's return, a figure cloaked in malice, eyes gleaming with the thrill of chaos. The memories of his reign, soaked in fear and anguish, claw at her mind like restless spirits demanding acknowledgement. Rowan steps closer, and for a moment, the world fades. They stand on a precipice, a moment suspended in time, where the past collides violently with the present. I can't do this without you, he murmurs, a raw vulnerability cracking his hardened exterior. The anguish in his voice cuts deep, a reminder of shared dreams and shattered hopes. But if Malika finds us, a low growl rumbles from the shadows, a harbinger of doom creeping into their sanctuary. Myra's heart pounds, a war drum echoing through her veins. She remembers the stories of Malika, of men driven mad by the visions he conjured, of lovers torn apart by his insatiable greed. She feels the darkness closing in, a suffocating shroud that threatens to swallow them whole. Together, she breathes, her voice barely a whisper. We face him together. The storm crashes down, rain pouring from the heavens like wrath unleashed. The air is electric, charged with fear and determination, as the shadows shift and swirl around them. Myra's pulse quickens, each beat a reminder of what's at stake: love, hope, a future that feels impossibly distant. But hope is a fragile thing, like glass, and just as easily shattered. In the raging tempest, they hear it, the chilling laughter of the Demon King, echoing through the storm, a sound that freezes the blood in their veins. It coils around them, seeping into their very souls, whispering of betrayal and despair. In that moment, Myra sees it all: the choices that led them here, the moments that shaped their fate, the love that flickers like a candle in the wind. She remembers the first time Rowan smiled at her, the warmth that spread through her like sunshine breaking through a storm. But memories are like ghosts, and they haunt her now, a reminder of everything they stand to lose. Rowan's hand finds hers, gripping tightly as if to anchor them in this chaos. It's a lifeline in a sea of despair, yet even that feels precarious. I remember the stories, he murmurs, a tremor in his voice, how the Demon King thrives on fear. We must not let him see us falter. But fear is a beast, gnashing its teeth within them, threatening to tear them apart. Myra's heart races as she looks into Rowan's eyes, searching for the flicker of hope amidst the darkness. We'll fight, she declares, the weight of resolve heavy on her tongue. No matter the cost. And as the shadows shift and grow, a figure emerges from the darkness, Malika, cloaked in malevolence, eyes shimmering with an unholy light. The storm rages around him, twisting the air into a tempest of dread. You think you can defy me, he taunts, a voice like ice cutting through the chaos. Myra feels the world closing in, the walls of despair tightening around her. But she stands tall, heart pounding, blood roaring in her ears. This is it. The moment where love and fear collide. The moment where every choice, every sacrifice, converges into the fiery heart of uncertainty. The confrontation looms before them, a chasm of darkness that threatens to consume everything. But in the depths of that impending chaos, hope flares like a dying ember. The legacy of Demon Kings is not just one of despair, it is also a testament to the human spirit, a testament to love that endures in the face of unimaginable darkness. Time feels warped, memories collide, and the shadows writhe, but the moment stretches on, building toward an uncertain climax. And in that moment, amidst the storm and the darkness, Myra whispers a promise into the night, a promise she knows will echo through eternity. The legacy of Demon Kings may be shadowed in fear, but it is also lit by the fierce, unyielding light of love and defiance. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the abandoned hallways of a crumbling city. Shadows dance like whispers, every corner cloaked in the suffocating weight of forgotten dreams. I stand there, heart pounding, feeling the cold bite of dread wrap around me like a shroud. A gust of wind carries the scent of decay, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. It makes me think of lost time, how fragile it is, like the last flicker of a candle fighting against the encroaching darkness. Did you hear that? Whispers Hannah, her voice barely a breath, laced with an urgency that sends a shiver down my spine. Her eyes, wide and luminous, dart around as if the shadows themselves are alive, waiting for us to falter. I can feel the tremor in her hands, the way she clutches her phone like a lifeline, though its screen is dark and lifeless. She's scared, and it makes me scared, scared for her, scared for us. Sure. I hiss, though my own voice quakes with uncertainty. The air feels thick, electric, like something is coming, something we can't see but can sense, a predator stalking prey. I remember how many nights we laughed together, sharing our wildest dreams. Now, all that remains is a stranglehold of silence, punctuated only by the echo of our breathing and the distant rumble of a storm gathering strength. Across the debris-strewn street, a flicker of movement catches my eye. James. He stands like a statue, arms crossed, his jaw clenched tight. He always carries that tension with him, a constant undercurrent of anger and sadness that sometimes makes me wonder if he's more shadow than flesh. The world has battered him, his past is a storm, and he's still caught in its tempest. I can see it in the way he holds himself, the way he refuses to meet our eyes, as if looking at us is too painful. "Hannah, we need to go," he calls, voice like gravel, low and rough. A command layered with desperation. "James, we can't just leave," she replies, her voice trembling, a fragile flower caught in the wind. "What if it's true? What if it comes for us?" An unspoken fear looms. We've heard the stories of the abyss, a void that consumes everything, a black hole of despair where hope goes to die. They say it's rising, creeping closer to the city we love, to the lives we've tried so hard to live. The abyss is more than a myth, it's a ticking clock, a reminder that nothing lasts forever. I remember the day it started, the day the shadows lengthened, and the sun seemed to burn a little less bright. News flickered across screens, warning us of the encroaching darkness, and I couldn't help but laugh, a defense mechanism, I suppose. "It's just a metaphor," I told Hannah, a poetic way to describe our fears. But here we are, standing at the threshold, the metaphor bleeding into reality. "I can't go back," I say, my voice trembling, filled with a raw edge. "I can't abandon what's left of us." The words hang heavy in the air, thick with emotion. I remember all the times we carved our hopes into the skin of this city, and now it feels as if the city is carving us back, stripping us down to the bone. The wind howls again, and with it comes a low, rumbling growl, an echo that feels like the abyss itself, calling out to us from its depths. I glance at Hannah, her face pale, and I wish with every fiber of my being that I could swallow her fears, make them mine, shield her from the horror that claws at our reality. "Do you think it can feel?" she asks suddenly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you think it knows how much it hurts us?" The vulnerability in her voice pierces through the tension, reminding us that we are all fractured in this moment, each of us haunted by our own ghosts. "It's not alive, Hannah," James snaps, the sharpness in his tone echoing his own torment. "It's just darkness." But I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he wrestles with a fear he can't articulate. I know he feels it too, the pull of the abyss, the way it gnashes at the edges of our sanity, eager to drag us under. What if it does know? What if the abyss is more than just a void? What if it hungers for our pain, feeds off our despair, and we are merely its prey? The thought gnaws at me like a ravenous beast, tearing at my resolve, and I can feel my heart racing, the rhythm of panic thrumming through my veins. "Stay close," I whisper, my voice barely above a tremor. "Together, we can face it. Together." The word hangs in the air, a fragile promise that feels both comforting and utterly impossible. The shadows shift, and I feel a presence, the weight of something watching us, clawing at my gut. I lock eyes with Hannah, and for a heartbeat, we share a silent understanding that transcends the fear, a fleeting glimpse of hope that flickers like a dying ember. But the abyss doesn't wait, it lingers just beyond our vision, an ominous reminder of what lies ahead. I can sense it, feel it creeping into our thoughts, into our hearts. The air is thick, almost suffocating, and my chest tightens as I fight against the tide of dread pooling within me. Time stretches, then snaps, an elastic band pulled too taut. I hear the growl again, closer now, a promise of what's to come, and I realize we are no longer just standing at the edge of the abyss. We are already falling, spiraling into its depths, the shadows closing around us like a vice. And yet, through the chaos, I cling to the memory of laughter, the moments of light we shared. I want to scream, to fight against the encroaching darkness, to make them see that the abyss is not just an end, but a reckoning, a confrontation with our own fears. This is where we find our strength, where we learn to confront the shadows that live within us. The storm rumbles overhead, the sky crackles, and I know that confrontation is coming. And it will either shatter us or forge us anew. The clock ticks on, but we stand firm, unwilling to surrender to the void. Our hearts beat in unison, a defiance against the darkness, and for a moment, in the silence that follows, I believe we can survive. But belief is a fragile thing, and darkness is patient. As we look into each other's eyes, I realize that this is only the beginning. The abyss waits, and though we may face it together, it won't let us go easily. The air crackled, charged with an unyielding tension, as a breathless silence enveloped the chamber. Shadows danced on the damp stone walls, flickering like whispers of lost souls, each heartbeat echoing the promise of impending doom. I stood in the center, grappling with the weight of an abyss that threatened to swallow me whole. It was the moment before the storm, a pause pregnant with dread, and I could feel my pulse pounding like war drums in my ears. Talia was there too, her eyes wide, reflecting a tempest of emotions: fear, determination, desperation. The past haunted her, a ghost she could not shake. "We can't turn back now," she said, voice steady despite the tremors beneath. Her hands clenched, knuckles white, as if holding onto hope that was slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. I remember the last time we'd been this close, caught in the maelstrom of chaos, when the world around us had shattered, and she had almost drowned in the darkness. Then there was Remael, the fallen king, lost in his own turmoil. He stood apart, shoulders slumped under the weight of his crown, eyes filled with shadows of a throne he could never reclaim. "You think vengeance will set things right?" he spat, voice laced with bitterness. It was a question that hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, just like the scent of decay that lingered around us. His laughter was a bitter echo, a reminder of all he had sacrificed for power, and now it was all crumbling into dust. The abyss called to us, a siren song wrapped in despair. It whispered promises of salvation and damnation. I remembered the legends, a depth so profound no light could reach it, where kings and their follies were entombed within inescapable darkness. I could feel its pull, dragging at my soul, urging me to succumb to the depths, to forget the pain, the heartbreak, the choices that had led us here. "Do you wish to live forever in this torment, Remael?" Talia's voice sliced through the tension, raw and desperate. "Let go of the past. We have to fight for what's left." But her words hung heavy in the air, a fragile hope against the overwhelming tide of despair. I saw Remael's face twist, the struggle within him palpable, a puppet battling against its strings. "What do you know of sacrifice, girl?" he challenged, his voice low and dangerous. In that clash of wills, the air thickened, crackling like a storm before the lightning strikes. I took a step forward, the weight of their gazes pinning me in place. It was my choice too. I was tethered between what was and what could be. "We're not just fighting for ourselves," I said, finding strength in vulnerability. "We're fighting for everyone who came before us, who trusted us to end this." "What's the cost of silence?" The words spilled from my lips, igniting a flicker of resolve within the shadows. The abyss loomed larger, a yawning mouth ready to consume us whole. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a metronome keeping time with our impending doom. I felt my heart racing, a frantic drummer urging me to act, to confront what lay ahead. Each second stretched into eternity as we stood, paralyzed by the looming threat of annihilation. "Do you remember the stories?" Talia's voice broke through the chaos, bringing with it echoes of laughter and tears, of love and loss. The ones that said the kings fell because they lost themselves to their own greed. She stepped closer, her presence a fragile flame against the encroaching darkness. "We can break that cycle. Together?" There was a light in her eyes, something almost holy, a determination that felt like a lifeline pulled taut between our hearts. But doubt gnawed at me, a relentless parasite. What if we failed? What if we were just three souls dancing on the edge of oblivion, foolishly believing we could defy fate? I looked at Remael, his haunted expression mirroring my own turmoil. "And if we do nothing? If we turn our backs on this?" I asked, desperation coating my words. The shadows whispered secrets we couldn't grasp, a cacophony of voices from the past, each one a reminder of the horrors that awaited if we failed. Time melted away, each moment becoming a fragment of memory, a thread of fate weaving us closer to confrontation. The abyss stirred, its call becoming an insistent pulse, promising power and despair in equal measure. Then came the roar, a guttural sound that shook the very stones beneath our feet. It echoed around us, a harbinger of what was yet to come. The abyss was alive, hungry for retribution, ready to unleash the kings it had kept buried. "We have to face it!" Talia shouted over the cacophony, her voice breaking through my fear like a beacon. I saw her, the flicker of courage igniting within her once more, but it was also her fear I felt, the fear of loss, the fear of failing the one she loved. Remile's turmoil mirrored my own, and in that moment, I realized we were entangled in a web of fate, each of us fighting against the darkness that threatened to consume us. "Abyss, hear us!" I cried, my voice rising above the chaos. "We are not afraid!" And the words echoed, filling the cavernous chamber, reverberating against the walls like a prayer, a declaration of our defiance. What followed was an explosion of sound, fury unleashed from the depths of darkness, a confrontation that would seal our fates. The shadows twisted and writhed, a living tapestry of despair and rage. I felt the heaviness of our choices crashing down, the weight of the past mingling with the uncertain future. The abyss roared, and we stood before it, hearts pounding, ready to face the darkness together. As the tide of chaos surged around us, I knew that this was not just a battle against an ancient force, but a fight for our very souls, a clash that would forever alter the course of our intertwined destinies. Time had become a cruel mistress, and as we plunged into the fray, I caught a glimpse of the ghosts of the kings who had fallen before us. Their whispers echoed in my mind, urging us onward into the unknown. There was no turning back now, the final confrontation had begun.